Hello there, my darlings. I appreciate you so much for being here. It's Mercury retrograde, and I'm having a little bit of problems. So if you could just be patient with me and understand that I'm doing the best that I can to get this through to you, then that would be great. So thank you so much. Big hugs and love to you. This is a pre-recording of the series called Unhaunted. This is 35 hours of live streams of me telling stories that are hauntings, my experiences, etc. I am not going to be live on the stream. So just give me a moment and I'll be okay. So my equipment is not unplugged. I'm not on mute. Everything is fine. I just got to get StreamYard, which is giving me problems right now, connected to the series. So hang in there, my darlings. Thank you so much. And okay, is that better now? Can you hear? So I'm not rebooting. Everything is fine. Okay. So let me start over again. This is the series of Hope and Haunted. It's a recording of the live streams that I had last year. I'm not going to be live here. I'm telling stories of my paranormal experiences. So I know you're going to enjoy this show, but if you could just do me a big favor and be patient. StreamYard is giving me issues. So I'm going to be here. I'm going to be watching. I'm going to make sure that you can hear it, can see it, all of these things. And thank you so much for your patience. I appreciate you. It's Mercury retrograde, and this is supposed to be a little bit of a distraction from everything that is going on. So let me see if I can get it back in gear and we'll get started. I'm going to restart this. Okay, so give me just 1 second. I'm going to restart the show and I'll be right back. Thank you so much. I'm going to be here watching. I'm here. Bye. See you in a minute. Okay, my darlings, we're gonna see here if we can get this done. You should be hearing sounds now, and the sound of storming and wind. So yes, there will be a live stream on the Local Voice channel. This is online. Thank you so much for your patience. The sound is not on. I'm going to turn it on right here. Okay, my darlings. I'm doing the best I can. Thank you so much. Hang in there, my darlings. You know, what a distraction we have, but I promise I'm going to get it. Hang in there. Hang in there. No worries, okay? Just a minute longer. It's technical difficulty on stream, so we'll see. I'll be right Okay, my darlings, this should work. Never say never in the House of Zelda. Okay, here we go, my darling.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Help, I Am Haunted. Now, tonight, I've been having a little bit of technical difficulties, as you can possibly and sort of kind of see. So, I've got some stories. I've been trying to download some photographs and all kinds of different things, and StreamYard will not allow me to put this in or to upload these. So with that being said, I'm going to tell you a couple of stories that I have, and you're going to love them. And I've got something weird I want to show you, or actually, show you so you can listen to. But let's get started because I know you're absolutely just teetotally gonna love. This is a limited series and you're gonna love it. Stay tuned. Every haunting has a beginning and an end, but in this place, one becomes the other. Step closer. The lantern's glow will guide you. What you are about to hear are true stories of hauntings all over the world. Welcome to Help, I'm Haunted. There you are, my darlings. Now I want to share this with you because this is kind of sort of how things have been going with technology today. And ever since this past Saturday night when we had attorney Melanie Little, and you saw how active the spirit box is, it's almost as though I was waiting for her to talk to, all these other things. So yes, oh, absolutely, should bring in your rice jar in a few days ago, my darlings, only 24 hours out into the moon. Okay, so I'm going to share this with you. And I don't know what this is, and I don't know what happened because I never have issues with my recording devices or anything else. I'm going to play this with you, and I want you to listen at the end. And no, PD, we're not PD, paranormal PD. It's like they all wait, paranormal PD. Okay, here we go. I'm going to play this and listen closely to the end of this recording that I made earlier today. And pardon me, that's paranormal PD coming in for the win. Here we go. What we're about to hear are true stories of hauntings all over the world. Welcome to Help, I'm Haunted. And how. Now, did you hear that? Did you hear that? I'm sorry. He sneezed. I'm going to play it again. There's something up. There's something up with this. Let me play this again. What you are about to hear are true stories of hauntings all over the world. Welcome to Help, I'm Haunted. And how. That little bit at the end, and how, that certainly wasn't me. I did not. Why would I record that? And I had recorded some other things earlier. I don't know. Sometimes that just sort of kind of thing happens. So while you're here, let me light a fire. so we can get started. So that's been the day, trying to get technology, readings, all these other things done. Amazing. Everything has been off a little bit, and I think the spirits are restless. And it's because, pardon me, it is because this is Petey Pink Nose, Paranormal Petey, and it is because I know of the energy of the Aiden trial, of everything else that's going on. Things are heating up. Things are heating up. So just so you know that. So, my darlings, the other thing I want to show you is look at these earrings. Better with the Irish sent me these earrings. And look at this. I got to show them to you. They are little half moons. And look at those kitties. Look at those kitties. Are they not? There's a kitty sitting there. Are they not adorable? And I just love them. So if you're watching my Irish Rose, thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. You all are so wonderful. I want to thank you so much for your love and support. Now, my internet is not that strong right now. We're going through some storms. If I lose you, we'll have to, I'm sorry, cut it off. But first of all, happy Thursday. It is August the 14th of 2025. Welcome to Help I Am Haunted, or I'm Haunted. This is a limited series. We're going to do this up through Halloween and probably the first or second week of November. So we've got a lot of stories. Believe me, my darlings, I got a lot of stories to tell, and I know many of you do as well. So this is going to be good. Another thing that I want to ask you a huge favor. I have pinned the channel for True Oracle in my chat. You'll see it if you look up. If you will do me a favor, if you have not subscribed already and it's free, please do so. We are getting close to getting 4,000 subscribers. And if you will please do that for me, I want to have a big giveaway on Saturday night. Yeah, this night after tomorrow, day after tomorrow. And we will have a big celebration for True Oracle. We will be happy and celebrate, and I will have a giveaway. Pardon me. So this is going to be a real celebration when True Oracle gets to 4,000, because once you get to 4,000 in YouTube, it's kind of like, oh, okay. They're serious about being a channel. Let's go. And I also want you to know that since Miss Melanie came on this past Saturday night, you all are so wonderful. This channel now is almost to 11,200. We went up 1,000 subscribers. And I want to keep the momentum going. How's that? So thank you so much. And Miss Melanie, if you're watching, welcome, my darling. Thank you. Thank you. This is Scary Story Night, and this is it. Thank you to each and every one of you for doing that. I know I can count on you. You guys are great. Okay, here we go. Little drink. And then I've got some scary stories to tell you, because next week, and we will be doing this every Thursday at 7 p.m. And we'll go as long as I've got a story or two. So thank you so much. Most of you are saying that you found through Ms. Melanie, Attorney Melanie Little, and I just love that. And I'm starting to post again on the Talkie Tick. So if you're over there, please do that. Oh my goodness, look at this. Thank you so much. Gen X 1968. Has anybody ever told you look like Liv Tyler? Wait, let me say, wait, if you want him, come and claim him, right? Hello? New to this and so excited. Well, we love you, and I know you're going to love it here, and thank you so much. I've been seeing you around, and I saw you today in Miss Melanie's chat. Thank you, and thank you for your generosity. Much, much appreciated. Thank you, thank you. I see all of you. Bless you. Bless you. Okay. Get your snacks ready. Get your little goodies ready, my darlings, because I got some scary stories for you. And give me just a second. I just want to make sure. Let me see. Give me a second. Okay. Just want to make sure phone, everything is in good shape. Get your snacks, get your drinks. I got the fire going. Put up my Venmo. Audrey, I love you. Put up my Venmo sticker. It's coming right now. I forget to do that because you know what? I'm a grifting psychic. I should remember to do that. And you know how that is when I'm a grifting psychic. I've had some people tell me that. So it's funny. Okay. I think you're gonna be okay. You're here with us and in good company, and nothing is gonna be too scary. Okay. Subscribe and like. Here we go. First scary story. I'm trying to decide which one I want to tell you. They're both good. I'm going to tell you I'm going to tell you 2 stories tonight. The 2 stories, one, I was about 22, 23 years old. The other one, I was much older. And both are bothersome. Okay, here we are. The first story, my grandmother always loved going out and doing haunting things. Met Lorraine, Warren, and Ed, but Lorraine was the one that she just basically talked to. Met her at Cleveland Castle in Ohio. I know you probably have heard about that. Anyway, my grandmother, her husband, this is after my grandfather passed away. My grandmother, her husband, and I are rolling around in a little town in Ohio. Now, her husband worked at a factory and heard about this family who went on vacation, everyone, and they got into a car accident and were all unalived, very sadly. Now, so some men from work were saying, go visit this place. There's some really weird energy there. Well, my grandmother heard that. She calls me and says, she used to call me Zelkel. Zelkel, come on, we're going. I was there in a heartbeat, seriously. So we go out, it's about 3:00 in the afternoon in Ohio, late summer. And you know sometimes how you're in a house, and even though it can be still nice and light outside, 3, 4, 5 o'clock in the afternoon, but when you get in, it seems like the light goes dimmer. That's exactly what this was. Well, you could tell we went in this home. It was a split level design. We pulled up, we went through the garage. It was open. Now, should we have done that? Probably not, but those were the days, right? So we go in, and you could tell that people were there. You could tell that people were there previously because there were things that had been looked through. There are things that needed to be Oh, wait, Bonnie Lee had the birthday. Time out. Time out. Bonnie Lee, did you have a birthday, my darling? We cannot forget you. Where are you? Bonnie Lee. Okay, we're going to sing happy birthday to Bonnie. Okay. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Bonnie. Happy birthday to you. And many more. There you go. Bravo. Happy 29th, my darling. You're looking spectacular. All right. There you go. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, now back to the story. Oh, Christine Reynolds got her beautiful bracelet. I'm so happy that you like it. I made it just for you. And you're very welcome. Okay. So we go in this house and you could tell that people had just gone in out of curiosity, was looking for a few things, and you know, it's sad what people do. They start looking through drawers, start looking through things. There were pictures of the family up, and just kind of gave you a little sick feeling. You opened up the refrigerator. The electric was still on. You opened up the refrigerator. There's food in the refrigerator. There's food, you know, and there's something sacred about all that. I'm just not one, because I feel or know that nobody is around anymore, that you go in and you help yourself. I was kind of like, my grandmother and I were both like this. Her husband was a little bit more curious, just out of curiosity, looking in drawers, not taking anything. The sun starts going down. So we're walking around there, and the light bulbs were gone because obviously people were taking that type of thing. You know, why do they need a light bulb now, right? So there were no light bulbs, and we did not. I mean, this is a time we didn't have cell phones. It didn't have the internet. We did not have anything like that at all. So step-grandpa went in one way, and grandma and I are going in another. So we're just kind of walking room from room, and it's very sad because they had kids, and the split level, they had kids. So we're walking through. My grandmother was kind of in this hallway, and they had this. Now, back then is when large TVs, big screen TVs started coming out. The big screen TV was there in this, you know, how those little cabinets that you get and you build, and they never come out as good as what they should be, but they're still good enough. And you build them and you put the bigger TV in there. Well, that's what they had. Now, I don't know about cable or anything like that, but you know, sometimes when you walk in front of a television, you can see a reflection because the lighting is just right. And yet you see a reflection and you just notice it, but you don't think of anything. So we're walking around in the living room, and my grandmother looks at me and she says, don't look in the television. Well, what does that make you want to do? Don't look in the television. What do I do? Turn around, and I look, but I didn't see anything. And she's looking at me. Now, my grandmother was a psychic extraordinaire. I'm just going to tell you. She was good. And one of these days, I'll tell you about some of the things that she predicted that were wild. She was very popular in my area. So we're walking through the living room. And you could see a faint reflection. You know, it was reflecting the TV. Of course, it wasn't on. You could see there was a faint reflection. No, she was a Scorpio. Grandma no. Grandma, mom's mom. So, going through, my grandmother was a character. Well, I'm going to show you my grandma and grandpa. Give me a second, because you got to see this. I think I still have their picture in here. Let me see if I do. Here they are. This is my grandmother and grandfather in the early 1930s. That's them. She was psychic. He was a water witch, which was a dowser, and found a good many of the wells in our counties. She wanted to look like Claudette Colbert, and she did. So anyway, I loved this picture because I always said it made him look like Bonnie and Clyde. Now, they didn't like that, but I like that. So there you go. That gives you an idea of grandma and grandpa. So thank you so much, my darlings. I love that. They're just so cute. My grandmother was 17, grandpa was 24 when they got married. But those were the days. So grandma is looking at me, and she doesn't take my hand, she takes my wrist. Now I know, hello, take the wrist, hello, get it. That means you need to come on, because she had little hands and they were kind of sort of like small, so they felt bony. So I knew at that particular time she meant business. Step grandpa walks from the hall, and as he walked down the hall, the television was at, you could see, and he stopped. And he looked at my grandmother, because I had my back to the TV and I could see him. He looked right at my grandmother and was kind of like, now he didn't believe in any of this. Catholic, didn't believe Italiano, didn't believe nothing, and was just standing there. And he was looking around. So my grandmother looks at me and she says, "There is something following you." Now she's saying this to me. And you can imagine at that particular time, I didn't know whether to pee my pants or to run or what the heck. So I was just standing there and I said, "Oh my gosh." And I looked at her, and I had tears because I didn't know what to do. I was shaking, because imagine standing there, your grandma, who's psychic as can be, looks at you and says, "Something is following you. Give me a bucket, because I'm either going to use it for one end or the other." Because that scared me. That's before I really started studying. That's before I really knew a lot. I was just starting to read cards and, all these other things. So my grandma looks and she says, "I want you to know that, okay? Because I want you to walk down that hall and I want you to come back. And I want you to walk across just like in the living room, and I want you to glance over at the television while you're doing it." So I did. And I've never seen anything like that in my life, and I never have again. It was almost a full body apparition. Couldn't tell if it was female, it was genderless, but it was definitely an entity. And it was following me. It was reflecting in the television. So as I walked past, it was about maybe this far from me, maybe a little further. And as I walked past, I looked and I could see it was following me. Now, what I know now, if I would have known now what I knew, or then what I know now, I would have stopped and I would have looked into the television and I would have said, do you recognize me? Do you see me? What do you, of course we didn't have anything like that then. So I started feeling sick. And it was because of the energy of this, and it was because of all of this, and it scared me. I'm just going to say it scared me. So and it was getting darker. Wie geht's du? Was ist los? Willkommen. Ich liebe dich. Ich bin eine Kartenkante Amerikanerin. My Familie ist vom Görlitz. Willkommen. Dankeschön. So, vielen Dank für deine Freundschaft. Bitte, schreib mir mal. All right, so I was about 22, something like that. I was about 22. So I think so. Something 21, 22. So I started getting sick. Thank you so much, darlings. Thank you, my darlings. I know my Deutsch is Klaviklospolia. So sorry. Okay, so I told Grandma, I said, we have to leave. And it was starting to get dark. And I can see right now, it's only 7:30, but I can see right now, it's kind of like that dimming light. It's that time when when you're home and you realize you got to start turning some lights on in your home. That's what it was. The one thing I did do is I turned around and I said goodbye. And my grandma said, why did you do that? And I said, well, after all, it's been following me around the bloody house. I mean, why would I not? Why would I not? So anyway, my darlings, that is the first one. And I can tell you, I've never forgotten. And that's the first one. Now, after we left, we wanted to go back. And we went back like 2 or 3 days later. And because at this point I was brave. I thought, okay, whatever, it could have hurt me. It didn't hurt me. Let's see. And there was nothing. There was just nothing. So, yeah. It's too bad. I don't know. If I would have known, I didn't know anything. I was just, hello, dumb as a box of frogs back then. So I just didn't know. If any of you have stories, I would be telling them tonight, but I really would like to have stories. If you've got photographs, those are the ones that I'll tell first because I want to put the photographs up there. I will read an email. You can email me at seeingcrime@gmail.com. Okay. But the second story, you're going to love this one. So that's the first one. There was nothing anywhere else. It was just a reflection in the TV. And believe me, when that movie with what's his name came out, Kevin Costner. No, it wasn't Kevin Costner. Who was it that played in White Noise? Who played in White Noise? When that movie came out, White Noise, I couldn't hack. Signs, two movies, and I see signs all the bloody time. So I saw you, my darling. I saw that, but I could not get any of those photographs uploaded on StreamYard because StreamYard is kind of like weird. It's Michael Keaton. Michael Keaton was the one for White Noise, and I'm going to tell you, that gets to me. So, Michael Keaton, thank you so much for that. Now, here's the second one. This was in Sevierville, Tennessee. I was looking for a house. I decided I wanted this old house. And an old house back then is, no, don't be sorry. It's not your fault, my darling. StreamYard has been wonky today. And that's Shaggy. Please feel free to walk through. And so StreamYard's been wonky. My recording system has been wonky. And for those of you who missed it, I'll play that for you in a little while. Let me get this boy down here. Go. All right. So this is in Sevierville, Tennessee. There was a house for sale that nobody wanted. The real estate agent I read cards for, and she called me and she said, there's a house that nobody wants, and it definitely has some paranormal activity, and I want you to come see it, whether you want to buy it or not. I said, I'm game. Let's go. So I was supposed to pick up my son from school at 3. So I said, let's go at 1. Then I'll have plenty of time she said, let's have lunch. We had lunch. We went, whatever. We pulled up, and it's this huge pink Victorian house. It was just unbelievable. And so I said, are you sure we should go into this place? Because it just had one of those foreboding looks, right? You stood in front of there and it was just this, it looked as though it was like looking back at you like a energy, scary. And I looked at her and I said, oh, okay, let's go. Let's go in. I said, but I want you to leave the front door open. And she goes, oh, we shouldn't have to. And it was kind of a fall day. It was September. And I said, leave the front door open. No, she wouldn't do it. So we walk in, and it was odd. An odd laid out house. Odd. The only thing, there was a piano in the one living room. There were other little bits and pieces of furniture. There was an upstairs, and this part was kind of cool. There was a huge, great big upstairs that it was like a balcony that went all around the house that you could see down over into the first floor. Now that worried me a little bit because, I've got cats and a kid and, all this other stuff. And I'm thinking, oh boy. And of course I had grounded myself before I went in because I knew we were going to see something. At the back of the house, it was quite small. It was not dilapidated. It was in very good shape. But it just had this old look to it that was kind of like, it was kind of like, which I knew I wasn't going to buy it, and she knew it. And they kept marking down the price because it just did not have a very good, it just didn't fit. It didn't fit in the area. You're in close. Willkommen. Close. Willkommen. Close. Willkommen. Close. Willkommen. Close. Willkommen. 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 Is no, don't be sorry. It's not your fault, my darling. It's I just StreamYard has been wonky today, and I could. Oh, that's Shaggy. Please feel free to walk through. And so StreamYard's been wonky. My recording system has been wonky, and for those of you who missed it, I'll play that for you in a little while. Let me get this boy down here. Go. All right. So this is in Sevierville, Tennessee. There was a house for sale that nobody wanted. area filled with nothing but log cabins and beautiful chalets and homes and all these other things. And then you have this big pink Victorian house with white gingerbread on it. So we go in, I'm looking around. Now the house is pretty much empty except for the little sprinkles of furniture here and there and a couple of books and all this other. It's not a rundown house. It's not dilapidated. It just needed updating because, hello. But so you went into the back of the house and it was very small. There were 2 or 3 rooms that the ceilings were really lowered. And you felt very confined by walking in these 2 or 3 rooms. So we got out of there pretty quickly. We went upstairs. We're walking around upstairs, and all of a sudden we hear the piano start playing. And this real estate lady looks at me and she said, "You left the door open, didn't you?" And I said, "Yes, I did, because I think it's better that we leave the door open." And I said, "But somebody's playing the piano, so maybe somebody came over and just sat there." So we looked, and just as quickly as we looked, there was a little girl sitting at the piano. And it wasn't any of the big grand concert. It was just a little plink, 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 plink. And she looked at me, she goes, "Where'd that little girl come from?" I said, "I don't know. Are there any neighbors here?" We looked, and boom, nobody there. And she said, "I better go downstairs to see if somebody's in here." And I said, "I'm coming with you because we should not be separated. We don't know who or what is in this house." We went downstairs, looked around, nobody was around, and the front door had been closed. So we went upstairs again, and we're walking around, and it was filled. You see these bookshelves right here? All around were like bookshelves, and they called it a library. I would not, because it was like this veranda type thing. It was all open. You could see the ceiling. It was bookshelf after bookshelf. I mean, you could go up there. There was enough room to walk through and read and do your thing. But it was weird. So we're walking around, and I noticed, she said, "There's supposed to be a master bedroom up here." And I said, "Where is the doorway? Where is this supposed to be?" And I noticed that one of the bookshelves was about ajar, about this much. And I said, "Oh, I bet it's hidden." So we opened that up. We opened up and it was kind of like sliding. And you could see then on the floor, we didn't notice, but where the bookshelf was sliding out for the doorway for the bedroom, there were marks on the floor, like a half moon mark where the bookshelf would slide out. So we go into the primary bedroom, and it was wild. I mean, there was still a 4-poster bed in there that was huge. And I mean, the ceilings had to be at least 15 feet. At 50, I mean, it just did not even match. It was very castle-like, very weird, and I thought, oh, I don't think I could live here. This just doesn't fit. It doesn't feel right. It doesn't fit. So we start going through there, and then there is another door that goes up to what they called the planetarium, which was this very narrow staircase that was almost straight up and down. Well, we both went up there. Click, 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 click. She went first, I went second. And we get up there, and it's a big room, and it had this window. It was kind of cool. It had this window that you could probably put some type of a apparatus to look at the stars or do whatever you need to do up there. And I mean, it was kind of, that looking, and it had a rounded top. So it was pretty planetarily designed, if you will. And it had some pictures up there and whatever, but all of a sudden the door slams to the entranceway. To the window did not open, but you could see the sky from where we were. The door slams. She looks at me, I look at her. And she's like, "Oh my God, there's somebody in here." And I said, "I don't think so." She goes running down, and she's jiggling the door, trying to get this door open. She's jiggling this door so hard. And she said, "You got to come here and help me." And I said, "How am I going to?" The stairway was so narrow. I mean, it was like shoulder width, and that was it. There would be no way that I could. It was one at a time. So she came back up. I went back down, and I said, "Hey, I'm a big girl enough. I don't mind. We'll do everybody is kung fu fighting, and I'll kick this door in because I need to go get my son." And she's like, "I don't think we can do that." So we tried kicking it. I tried kicking it, would not budge, nothing. I said, "What are we going to do?" She said, "I don't know." And I said, "We got to find this window if it will open." We could not get self-service. We were walking around, and finally I told her, I said, "Look, I'll lift you up. We'll do the cheerleader thing. I'll lift you up. You get close to that window and see if you can get a cell signal," because it was like a half a bar and we could not get anybody out or any signal out. Finally, because we see cars driving by, we're in there pounding on this window. Because the window was pretty big, and it was big enough for us to be yelling and pounding on this window. I said, "We've got to get somebody's attention." She finally got a signal and got out, called the fire department. The fire department comes in. We hear them, and we're up here. "We're up here. We're up here." And they're walking around the house. This fireman comes up and just opens the door and looks at us like we're a bunch of crazy women. I said, "How did you do this?" He said, "I don't know. It wasn't locked. We just opened the door." I said, "It was locked from the inside." And he looked at his buddy and he goes, are you girls done in here?" I said, "I'm done. I got to go get my son." And she's like, "I'm done. I'm not showing this house anymore." We go outside. The firemen who saved us were standing outside. I got down off that porch and I was near the car. Shaggy, I was near the car because I needed to leave. The fireman looked at us and he goes, "I would suggest that you don't come back to this house. This is the third time we've had to come and rescue somebody from being locked, a real estate agent and somebody else from being locked." He said the last time they were up there was somebody locked in that room for 3 hours. And he said, "I would not do it. Don't come back." And I said, "What's the story?" He said, "The story is what you don't want to hear." Well, of course, the moment I hear that, I want to hear the story. The next day, the real estate agent, her name was Gina, calls me and says, "We need to go out to lunch." And I said, "We're not going to any more houses." She goes, "No, I need to take you, I need to tell you this story." So the story of this house. The story of this house. Back in the day, in the 1800s, late 1800s, when this house was built, it was a pastor and his wife was a midwife nurse. They had children, and some disease, I think it was cholera or something, had gone through East Tennessee, and their children there were 3 children. All children got it, but the one little girl passed away. I didn't buy the house. My son would have never lived there. So the one little girl passed away. Something like that. Something went through. It was bad. This little girl passed away, and they buried her. Because, back then, you had a family cemetery. It was on your property. You buried them in the back. And there was a little wooded area back there. You buried them. Okay. Years go by. Next thing you know, there was a couple that bought that house about 5 years earlier before it was to sale. They found out this story. Now, this is how nutty people are. I'm just going to tell you. They found this story out. They went in the backyard and they started in this little wooded area, not in the backyard like you just walk out and there she was. So you had to go out into this little area, this wooded area. They found her and dug her up. So they would dress her. Now, she passed away during a time that they didn't have anything like embalming. They didn't have anything like that. So as she passed away, so they brought her into the house. They had a little bed. They kept her in the back room. She was about 5 or 6. And they kept her in the back room. And we noticed when we looked at the house that there were some little, stuff the little girl would have. It was the area with the the short ceilings and all this other. This is a couple that did this. They would take her places. They would go places. And then they decided to go to California from Tennessee. They drove with this poor child. I don't know how they didn't even get caught. Well, they did. They did. They drove with this poor child to California. They put the house up for sale. And something happened. I don't know what happened. But somebody had reported them. And so they were found by authorities, and they were charged with removing an unalived, messing with, I don't know how that all works. I'm not a lawyer. You all know that. So they brought her back. They were legally required by a judge in East Tennessee to bring her back and put her where she was. And they arrested both of them. And when we went into the house, they were both sitting in the pokey. And the house was still up for sale. This is all before embalming, all before, so when you passed away, this was in the late 1800s. How disrespectful could you possibly ever be? Hello. And I'm sure that's why this house looked so foreboding and so upsetting and so, and I'm sure that's why we got locked in the planetarium. And, think about how bloody sick that is. Just horribly sick. And that's what they did. As far as I know, I mean, this was a few years ago. As far as I know, that house did not sell for quite a while. And then somebody went in there, made sure that they cleaned it up the way they need to clean it up. It's there now. It's, I guess, okay. Nothing, she's not disturbed any longer. She's with the family because the rest of the family is buried back there, but they wanted this little girl. They found this little girl. I mean, hello, nutcases. That's my favorite thing to say, nutcase. Well, hello. I believe that is the creepiest thing. That's, to me, is flippin' well creepy. Hello. That would be a great horror movie. That is horror movie stuff. That would be something else. But who in their absolute teetotaling right mind is going to dig somebody up? And believe me, in East Tennessee, and look at here better with the iron. Look what I've got on. Some little kitties. And they're so cute. Thank you. So anyway, I love them. I just think they're adorable. So thank you so much, Better with Irish. So yeah, it takes all kinds. But from a paranormal stance, not only is it horribly sad, I mean, I found that out, I wanted to cry. That's just so disrespectful. It's no wonder it stirred the pot. And it did. I just knew when I heard that, I said, oh, she wants to be here. This is her home. This is all I knew. I'm sure it was the piano player. I'm sure it was her because she had a little frock thing on. I mean, she was cute as could be, but how bloody. So I don't know what happened to them. I probably should look. I don't know what happened to them. I don't know any of that. I need to look. But that's the condensed version. I have told that story in my Dark Tales of Zelda. And there are even pictures in that house, of the house and in the inside. So you can see. So that's the gist of it. I did see a question here that I wanted to answer. You get all kinds in the paranormal business. And it is very... Oh, let's see, darling. I asked my question at the wrong time during your story. Okay, it's okay. But I was wondering, can you turn off seeing things or you just feel it no matter what? I have to turn it off. And I learned a long time ago, in the beginning, a long, long time ago, I didn't know how. And I struggled. It was horrible. And I had a very hard time growing up. I had a very hard time. I mean, my dad was the son of a preacher man. And we went to this little Lutheran church in this little area. And he just didn't believe any of this. We lived in a haunted house. And my mother actually went to the pastor and said, we lived in a haunted house. And the pastor really was down on her. He was really, I mean, he said that she needed to go get counseling and all that. It caused a rift. And my mom struggled because my mom was well liked in the church and she, so it was summer and we would go down to my great grandmother's in another little town. And, they were farm people. I mean, they didn't live on the farm then, but they were farm people. So they would be up at 4 o'clock in the morning, have their breakfast, eat lunch at 10:30. They'd have what they call, they'd have dinner at 10:30. They'd have supper at 3:30, and everybody was tired and ready to go to bed by 7. So we would go down there in the summertime, and finally my mom, my grandmother, my sister and I went down there. And because the pastor of the church said that my mother was struggling mentally, which made me so angry, made a lot of people angry, we started skipping Sundays. We were Lutheran. Started skipping. And my mom and dad were, they were, part of the Luther League. They were head of the, we were involved in the church. My mom, sister, and I, my mother would play for the church. She would play organ and piano. My mom and sister and I would sing, and, it was just really something. Mom was gifted, but she was very emotional and didn't really know what to do about it. And poltergeists on the farm messed with her. They messed with her. And that's what was so hard. So, and now that I have you, I might as well tell you this story. In this, he did believe in the Holy Spirit, but some pastors are very closed-minded. So we lived in this old farmhouse, and one thing I loved about this old farmhouse is we leased the farm, and I don't think my sister is. We leased the farm, and on the top of the farm, on the barn, it's not there any longer, but on the barn, on the roof, the shingles, they spelled out the name, like they did in Ohio and a lot. They spelled out Harper, 1861. That's the year the barn was built. They went there, and there was a little log cabin beside our house is where they stayed. It was one room cabin. The people that built the house was there in the 1800s, and they built the big farmhouse that we lived in. The big thing, my darlings, is that this house was so beautiful and so interesting, and my mother loved it. My mom could decorate, and she would decorate kind of sort of like in that period, only a little more modernized. It had an upstairs. It had 14-room farmhouse. It had an upstairs. My sister and I would go up there. We'd play restaurant. We'd play whatever else. And Mom and Dad just blocked it off because it was eerie. And we had enough room on the first floor to live. So we just lived on the first floor. So we went to, when we first moved in, the bedroom that my sister and I shared had a door that went in from the living room, and then on the other side of the room went into the hall by the front door, and the big staircase that went upstairs, and then around the other way was my parents' room. Well, about every other night, we would see, my sister and I both, if she were here, she would tell you, my sister and I both would see this entity come over, stand at the bottom of our bed, look at us, and then, you know, we would be sleepy, so she just kind of like disappear. And we always thought it was our mom, because Mom would wear her hair up kind of on top of her head. And I mean, the features, you know, the body look, I mean, it just resembled our mom. So one night, my sister and I were talking about it, and she said, you know, I don't think that's Mom. I said, well, who on earth would it be? And she said, I think it's a ghost. Well, at that point, we had had enough things going on in that house that I said, okay, how do we find this out? She said, we lay awake at night and then we see who's here. Okay, that's what we'll do. So all of a sudden one night, my sister is like doing this to me under the, now we were in high school. We weren't like little, we were in high school. And wait, I'm sure I'm nowhere. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Okay. So we're in high school and she's doing this to me. And she's like, say something, say, hey, mom. And I looked at the bottom of the bed and then kind of across the room was this woman standing there. And it was dark. So you could see like a faint idea, a faint figure. And I said, hey, mom, pardon me, my darlings, pardon me. I said, hey, mom, disappeared just like this. We both screamed. The covers came up over our head. We hear mom come running into the bedroom. And mom looks at us and goes, what's the matter? And my sister couldn't even hardly speak. And I'm like, Mom, we've been seeing you come in here every night. And she's like, well, I don't come in here every night and check on you. And we were like, hello, something is coming in here every night and checking on us. And she's like, oh, so you're seeing some things too? Yeah. Now, that's one instance. There was another one that was really cool. It was during the summer. We had a wonderful voice coach at our junior high and high school. And I was really starting to learn opera at that time and really starting to do a lot of the different things with him. So he gave me records to listen to. Maria Callas was my favorite, and my voice was closest to hers. So he gave me a lot of Maria Callas, gave me the sheet music. My mom was a wonderful pianist. So mom would play, I would learn, then we'd play the record, and I would listen to, all this other, it was just, a family thing. My grandmother would come over. We'd play these little operettas, we'd sing, blah, blah, blah. We'd have lunch, we'd do all kinds of things. And we make big bowls of potato pancakes. That's another thing. I love potato pancakes. If you ever want to get to my heart, I love potato pancakes. Shredded potato pancakes with sour cream and maple syrup. That's a thing. And we would eat big bowls of potatoes pancakes, and we would play these songs, whatever. So this one time I said, I've got this new song that I've got to learn. And Grandma says, let's hear it. Okay. I get the record up, and I was singing it, and I messed up, and it frustrated me. And I said, oh, and I lifted the needle of the record. Hello, now you know what this means. Needle of the record, picture back in the day. I lifted the needle of the record, and lo and behold, there was singing still going on, and it was coming from the upstairs. So we were singing on the downstairs, and I was singing, and you lift it up and you'd still hear this faint coming from upstairs. And my grandmother, and there was nobody living there, and my grandmother's like, who is that? And I said, I don't know. I don't know who that is, Grandma. And my mom, I mean, if you could have seen her face, she went pale. And she said, I hear singing upstairs all the time when you girls are in school and I'm here by myself. I hear it constantly, and I'm almost afraid to go up there. And I said, I'll go up there. So we go up there, we looked around, da, da, da. We come back down, nothing, nobody's there. So we're playing this little game and we're hearing this singing. So that's another instance. Things are happening to my mom. Every time my sister and I would get on the bus to go to school, it would be 7:30 in the morning. And at 7:35, when the bus would leave in front of the farm, the clock on the organ, which was plugged in, the clock on the organ would stop. She would have to unplug it, plug it back in. Every morning while we were in school. In the summer, it didn't do it. But the first day of school, it would do it. Just things like that. She had straw flowers in a big black kettle that was just beautiful, cast iron kettle. Straw flowers that, you know, if you touch them, they just kind of fall apart. They're very fragile. Every morning after we went to school, there would be a red and a blue one that would be pulled out and be placed on the counter right beside there. My mom would put it in. Next day, out again. Nobody went in there and messed with it. There was just nothing. At night, we would be sitting and watching TV and we would hear things. The plumber come over, the owner came over, the plumber, my dad was downstairs, they moved all this stuff, and there was a doorway that was carved in the basement, a very small doorway. And they were like, oh my gosh. And they looked, flashlights looked, and it was a room. There was a room in there. Now, my dad hollers, get Sal, get down here, get down here. So I go down in the basement and he said, crawl through that. And the reason he told me, because I was the skinny, back then, hello, not now, I was the skinniest because I worked like a whatever on the farm and all the time running and athletic and all kinds of other stuff. So I was like little skinny and I crawled through this little area and holy beholdy, it looked like it had been carved out of stone. And the walls came down and there was like a seat and then it came down again. And a little, and you could see that there was a little light that was coming from outside that you couldn't tell because the bushes from the outside around the house would cover it. So there was light coming into the room. Nobody knew what it was until they went to the library. And until my mom talked to my great grandfather, Grandpa E, for that gentleman in here that asked, who lived in that little town. And it was a house, it was an underground railroad for runaway slaves from coming from the south. It was coming from the south up there because my grandpa would see a soldier, my mom would see soldiers, would see all kinds of different things all around. My grandfather and my dad one time went out into the fields because there were a wooded area in the back that there was a old little camper that had been, I don't know, burned out or something. And my sister and there was a bunch of us kids. We wanted Grandpa to come back and look at it. And Dad, we went back there and we're looking over into the other field. And there's a man standing there with gray on. And my grandpa said, "Oh my God." And we were like, "What's this?" And he raises his hand up like this. And my grandpa, I want to cry, raises his hand. It was a soldier. It was a soldier. And you could see it standing in the field, see it. We saw a soldier that would come through our front door of the farm and come through the hallway. You could see him, half, not a full body, but just half. You could see. So this was an underground railroad. Harper, who built the farm, who had their name on top of the barn, evidently was the one who allowed it. The woman who would come through and check on my sister at night was a nanny that loved the family so much she wanted to stay. So she took care of the kids that were there. And that's why she came in and checked on my sister and I. We found out all of this stuff about this house. It was all Civil War. And I want you to think about it. This was in the 1970s, probably about 1973, 4, 5, something like that. So my great-grandparents were old back then. My great-grandmother, when we would go down to her house for dinner and supper, would sit at the table and tell us stories about her brother. Tell about her uncle who was in the Civil War. So it wasn't that, maybe 110 years earlier. It really wasn't that far. But my great-grandparents still told stories of the Indian uprisings in that area. You talk about rich in history. I'm telling you, I was a little sponge. I just soaked it all up. And once we understood this and knew this, my mom went down to the pastor and said, "Hey, I got to tell you some of this stuff." Well, this pastor poo-pooed my mom, and it caused problems. And my dad and mom ended up getting a divorce. I went with my mom. We moved to another town. My sister stayed there and finished high school. And that was it. That was in 1976. We left the farm. Boy, I felt that was my beloved farm. So, funny enough, the house, when my sister graduated from high school, my dad left and went into an apartment. The pastor's son moved in. His name was Ralph. Ralphie moved in before he got married, was single, and moved out not that much longer afterward because the place was haunted and he couldn't stand it. And my mother It was like she just received a medal when we found out that that happened. That's the only details I know. But it was as though you would have thought that she would have gotten a blue ribbon for potato salad at the fair. She didn't want anybody hurt or in stress, but it validated what we had all felt. And, my dad poo-pooed it. I mean, he just didn't even think about it. He poo-pooed it. I was born in Ashland, Ohio. Now that should give you the area, sort of, kind of. So anyway, it was hilarious. And I gotta tell you, it was, even my mom told my dad, you see, because my dad would get mad and he would tell my mom, all of you girls, my sister, my mom, myself, he thought we were all crazy. He always thought I was crazy because I had, saw stuff all the time. But so when that happened, my mom was like, I keep coming across that because it's like, and of course, both my parents are gone now, and my grandparents, but it's one of those things that you just kind of keep coming back to, and you keep kind of thinking, we saw a soldier in the field. What was that soldier up to? Is it the same soldier that was in the house? But when we found this out, we went down and spoke to my great grandfather, and he heard all this. He told us, because there was a divided highway that went through that area, and the lane wasn't a driveway, it was a lane. They cut through the lane to put the divided highway. That's how big this piece of property. Of course, they chopped it up and, whatever the case. But isn't that something? And I just thought, oh, it's still there. I went up when my dad passed away in 2017. I went up to Ohio and I visited his grave. And of course, I went past the house, took pictures. It's still there. The owner's daughter moved in, and she made the place a show place. It's beautiful. But then she built the house further back into the wooded area. And I don't know. I mean, we heard things from other people that had lived there. One of the people that was working on the farm, who had lived there, they were all experiencing something. So I was so glad that my mom was validated. And of course, years went by and, all that other, but yeah, it's still there. Probably will be there. And that house will probably outlive us, me, whatever. But those are a couple of stories that I have. I mean, I've got 110 more. So let me see if there's any comments that I need. Does anybody have any questions, anything like that? Well, let's do this. I saw a few things come through. And Jules, thank you so much for gifting 5 memberships. You are a blessing. Thank you very much. Thank you. I appreciate it. Candy is a member for 1 month. Bless you, my darling. Bless you. The Goodmans, thank you for being here. Are now members of Fate and Fortune with True Oracle. And don't forget, it won't be this Sunday, but the following Sunday. Let me give you a date, because we just had one, and yes, my internet messed up and I wasn't able to finish. So it'll be the 24th of August. We will have another members only, with Fate and Fortune with True Oracle. But I just want to ask you a favor. Let's get, you see this, let's get the, what am I thinking? Link, hello, in the chat. The link in the chat, my darlings, please do me a favor, click on that link and it will take you to, I'm simulcasting, collaborating with True Oracle right now. Come over there. Let's get that membership up to, and you can stay there. You're going to see the same thing. Let's get that, not membership, well, you can, but subscriptions, let's get this up to 4,000. Let's get it up to 4,000. Pardon me. So that way we can have a huge celebration this Saturday night. We're going to be talking about some things. We're going to do EVPs. We're going to be asking questions about different things. There's going to be a lot of fun, and we're going to have a giveaway for True Oracle. All right, my darlings. So there we go. Every Thursday night, I'm going to be here talking about ghost hauntings. What if you're already haunted? Current hauntings. Just so you know, I can do a remote investigation. As long as the camera's on your end work, I've done that before. So if you want to hire me to come in and look and see if there's something there with you, you can certainly contact True Oracle or at me, Seeing Crime. So there we go, my darling. So yes. The link is at the top of the chat. The link is at the top of the chat. So there you go. So yeah, I was very blessed in growing up with a family that has nothing, pardon me. Did you ever have, I don't know what it is. Well, you see my allergies are bad, but I don't know what it is. But today, any glasses feel so tight on me, it's like hello. So we'll try it again. All right, there we go. Please put the link here as well. And let me see if I still have it. Let me see if I still have it. I think that's it. Let me do this. Is that it? Is that the link? Somebody click on it. I was thinking it is. That's the link for True Oracle again. Oh no, am I out of root? No, I take the rootology. Thank you. She also bought me some rootology. I'm not out. I'm almost out, but I can tell you, this house is very dusty. The one that I live in, there's people above. It's not cat hair. It is just dust and the vents need to be cleaned out just the way it is, but it works. Rootology works. Okay, yes, same link, great. Please, tickety-doo-dah on over to True Oracle. There we go. Hi, it's linked, good show. Thank you so much. Thank you. We'll get us up to 4,000. But this is going to be a limited series, my darlings. And if you want to, I would really like short. Don't write me like, hello, this is my, whatever. But I want to be able to, I've tried it all. I've tried air purifiers. I've tried it all. And it's just hard to combat. So anyway, every Thursday night, I'm going to be here at 7 p.m. I want to read your stories. I want to share your things, but I'm going to tell, here's what else I want to do. I want to talk about the goings on with a lot of the current paranormal things that are happening, as in Annabelle at the Warren Museum in Connecticut. I won't go. The new owners, Matt Rife, and there's a YouTuber, Elton. I can't remember what his name are, or I can't remember what his name is. I'm not in Massachusetts. I'm not anywhere near Massachusetts. Tickety boom ba, right? So, Annabelle, do I think that was a wrong thing? Yes. 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 These things need to be taken so seriously, and they're going to open up the Warrens' home as an Airbnb. Matt Rife, is he taking it seriously? Oh, let me see. Patty, my darling. Zelda, you want mention paranormal in some of the trial situations or legal situations that would be amazing. I'm going to tell you, there is a lot of things that are happening now. And in some of these, well, let me, I get so distracted. I see you guys talking and I just want to be going on. You know, that's what it is. So if it sounds like I'm stuttering, I am, because I'm reading your chats and talking at the same time. And walking and chewing gum is difficult. So yes. Yes, my darling. Yeah, some of you have written to me, but I could not upload them in StreamYard, and I don't know what's going on. For those of you who missed it, I'm going to play this again. I don't know what happened today. I was recording the intro. If you missed the introduction, I was recording the intro. I made everything. I was putting it together. And I played back this one piece. I recorded it all at the same time. But this one track, this one segment, I can't explain it. I can't explain it. I don't know. I can't explain it. I'm going to play it for you again right now. Listen very closely to the end. Listen to the end. And this is, I did not do this. So listen to the end. This is Scooby-Doo, who is blind in one eye and walks around mad constantly. Here we go. I'm going to play this.
What you're about to hear are true stories of hauntings all over the world. Welcome to Help, I'm Haunted. And how? So, and how, and how.
Did you hear that? And how, and how. That's, I didn't do that. That is so weird. I'm going to play it again because, hello, I don't get it.
What you are about to hear are true stories of hauntings all over the world. Welcome to Help, I'm Haunted. And how? So, and how, and how.
That happened today. And I expect more things to happen. Because as we're getting, this time of year, the energy ramps up. And I just want you to know I have 227 people watching. But this time of year, the energy ramps up. Why? Yes, listen. Why? It's because we all start getting into this fall mood. More people are doing paranormal investigations. More people are doing things. More people are doing some weird stuff. And of course, last Saturday night, the spirit box was, hold on. Goodbye now, sister. Go on. The spirit box was very chatty because Ms. Melanie was here. And I think that the energy of John wanted to say, oh, hello, wanted to say something. And he did. It kept on. It kept on. And believe me, it was just unbelievable. Hello to each of you coming in. So there's going to be more and more coming in. Look here, hello. There's going to be more coming in. The spirit box that I shared with Melanie, let me take a look and see which one it is. There were a few of them. There were 2 or 3, I think. Let me see. Oh, I don't have it on this one. Ghost Hunter Tools. Ghost Hunter Tools is where it is. Ghost Hunter Tools. So anyway, there's going to be more and more things happening as time goes on, when we get closer to Halloween, Hallows Eve, All Saints Day. Ow, no, you don't do that. Grabbing the earrings. So she's a little puppy. So we're going to be doing this more and more. I'm going to tell you about the hauntings that I'm in the house or in the condo that I'm in right now. I'm going to be telling you, I've got so many stories, but I want to share some of your stories too. John came through. He wanted to say a few things. And just so you know, I have written down and sealed. He has pointed the finger to mainly 3 people, but there are 4 involved of what happened to him. So we'll see. We'll see. Yes, I think last Saturday, Miss Mel was hungry, tired, needed probably take a little break. But it just went by so fast. It was so much fun. It was wonderful. So, yeah. So we're going to be doing that. But this Saturday night, hopefully we can celebrate the 4,000 subscribers for True Oracle. And we can get a lot more happening. I'm going to tell you, in some of these cases, when I ask, are these people being haunted? Yeah. Yes. 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 Yeah. There are 4 people. I've known that for a long time, and he's mentioned them, and I saw 2 of them in the remote viewing. I can't say it. I legally will be in trouble if I say it, and that's what I've been told by a couple of attorneys, and I'm not going to, because I don't want to end up in legal trouble, because I don't have money to spend on legal proceedings, and that's just the way it is. Hold on a minute. When will I be deciphering John O'Keefe's words? He did so many the other night that the recording, it stopped, because usually there's that you like a record of the words, and it was skipping over words because it was going so quickly. Melanie was writing them down. I wrote some of them down. So there we go. Zelda is at the ones we would normally think of. Maybe there's 2 you probably wouldn't. Maybe you would. Maybe you would. Maybe you would. Let me see. We need to get that Zoom call. Okay. We're not going to do a Zoom call. I will see what we can do. True Oracle, Mrs. Marie. We will do something on Signal. So if you don't have Signal already, look at Signal. It will be a paid event. And the reason, and I hate to do that, but the reason it will have to be a paid event because it keeps the trolls from coming out. And I don't want trolls to have my Signal information. So with that said, I will let you know. And how that will work is once I announce it, once you pay and you tell me who you are, then in return, you will get a link. I don't know when it's going to be yet. I don't know how it's going to, I don't know. But with that, Signal is the best place that we can do things. I'm going to tell you a lot of things that'll blow your mind. And it's not about court cases. It's about things as in the house that Bing Crosby used to live in. A lot of things like that. Who's got this kitty is getting me upset. Now she's has to get after the earrings, and I just don't like that. Get down, sister. So and as time goes on and you see things now with Aiden, are starting to build up. No, no. You want to go in the room? As things start building up, you're going to see a lot of this energy. It's like stirring the pot. It stirs the pot. Jen stirred the pot. I'm just going to say this. If I were Jen, I would be defecating in biblical proportion right about now. And I ain't kidding. Because there's some stuff happening. There's some stuff happening. So there you go. So when we get it together, I'm going to be putting it together. I'm going to be doing the vampire podcast. I'm a guest on a vampire podcast. I'm going to be asking a lot of questions for all of you that will listen. And no, it's not dangerous. Everybody just needs to calm down. I'm not even going to be there with this person. There's no energy transfer. There's no anything. It is not Hollywood. The majorities of the vampires that I know that are real, they don't go in public. They keep to themselves. They kind of hide. They stay to themselves. That is coming. So believe me, my darlings, and I'm going to tell you what, I know some of you have ordered readings. Be patient, because here we put a 72-hour time limit on those. Is because what was happening, people would be ordering readings and their payment hadn't cleared yet. So we were concerned about that sort of thing. So within 72 hours, it will clear, and then I will do your reading. So just be patient. I've got a lot of readings that I'm doing. So that is another thing. Let me see. Jen is going to be listening to the ice cream truck. All right, here we are. Zelda, can you at least tell us if it was planned or truly accidental? If you can't, I do understand. Okay, I'm going to say it this way. There was a confrontational plan. There was a plan to confront John. There was a plan to also get Karen there. I can't speak for Karen, but I think that Karen possibly had an idea that something was going on that would have been something that would not normally be an activity that you and I would be doing. I don't know, maybe you would. Think of the calls. Think of what she said in the calls to John. So it was not, that part of it was not planned. But there was a planned confrontation. And I believe that whole day beforehand, that in my opinion, Brian Albert started getting Higgy all worked up about it, getting him upset, getting him enraged, frustrated. And you know how it is when you're drinking. You get 10 foot tall and bulletproof, and your mind kind of goes crazoid. So by the time everybody got to the Waterfall bar, there were some crazy things that were going through the thought processes. So there we are. So Karen knew how Jen felt about her, in my opinion. Do I think that house is haunted? 34 Fairview, when this is over, when it's over, I might I might reach out to the dear owners of 34 Fairview and say, hey, do you mind if I listen? Or do you mind if I visit? Do you mind if I do a little bit of work here? Well, we're not going to talk about those things, please, in the chat. All right. So I know there's some references there that are going on. So let's just be careful. Careful. Oh my goodness. Careful. Okay. So I just would love to talk to them and see, are they experiencing anything? I look at that house and I get the, oh, it's okay. Don't worry about it. We just have to be real careful. But there's just something about that house. And we may, well, no, I get it. Let me say this, okay? It's not so much YouTube as that they have community guidelines. The reason they have community guidelines is so that they get advertisers. That's how they make their money, and that's how I make my money. So if some things in the chat are talked about, the algorithm and the bots automatically think that I am promoting something that I should not be. Then they lose their advertisers. And if they lose their advertisers, then I lose my funds. And I have so far, out of the last 6 of live streams, I have lost 3 of my ad, and that's a big, this is my full-time job. I mean, I do the, and I don't want to talk about this, but I'm going to say it. I do this. This is my main thing. I work on the psychic line. I do readings. I do all this other, but this is my bread and butter, and I cannot lose this. And before Miss Melanie came on, that's why I talked with her. I was very concerned about losing this channel because it just felt like I couldn't get my point across. And by losing the ad revenue, and it's not YouTube fault, they have community guidelines. But that's why I have this QR code up here, or up here rather. It's because through there I get 100%. YouTube takes 30% out of all donations, including memberships, including everything. So there you go. So yeah, now I have put, you should see my settings, because I put all these words in there, and still some of those words can sneak through. It's really horrible. And then I have the trolls who really want to come in and do net, they want to purposely hurt. So there you go. So anyway, yeah, I mean, I have to set my boundaries. There's just that, well, I want you to think about it. This is why Aiden has difficulty keeping monetization, because it's not YouTube, it's the community guidelines for the advertisers. If you lose an advertiser, and a big one, well, it's bad news. It doesn't matter what product you use better, or Irish Girl. They can't discern whether it's Apple or Android or whatever the case. So that doesn't have a part of it. It's just that, like, say for instance, they know when I post a video, and on this, I have to state, does this video talk about things you're not supposed to be talking about? Is the language okay? Are you talking about anybody that's been harmed? Are you talking about anything that's been going on? Are you thinking about, are you talking about certain things like bad things that happen to people? Are you talking about this? For me, I'm not a news outlet. I can't talk about that sort of thing. I am a Pisces. So for me, I can't, I just think there's a sinister feeling to the house family, the whole thing. There's pentagrams somewhere. Maybe. I just think it's because of the energy that these families had that's left over. This is why, that's correct, Amy. This is why people say unalived, red rum, taken out, grape, giraffed. This is why there's all these little funky, words that you have to get. But I can tell you this, they've been said so many times. Now the algorithm is picking up on it. So we just have to be as respectful as possible. And, because quite frankly, getting an audience on Rumble is horrible. They have so many trolls over there, and you just can't contain it. The talkie tick can't contain it, and you don't make any money on there. I'm sorry. Yes, I do have a Venmo. There's a Venmo QR code. I've got a little banner here. You don't have to, but my darlings, I appreciate it. I appreciate this. This is what I do. This is what I do. So the safe words are basically, you just think about it. Someone passed away. Someone did something to another person that caused them to pass away. Yeah, it's a different way for us to be talking. But hello. And you know what? I don't have another platform to go to. And if I got demonetized, I can't use True Oracle because it'll tank them because the algorithm is different. So I can't do that. I can't go to Twitch because my son is on Twitch. I'm just going to tell you, he's a gamer. He's a gamer. And I'm telling you, I have seen these troll type people come in and literally crucify people when I tried Kick one time, and Kick, you should have seen the messages that some troll came in and left me. It was horrible. I'm not going to do it again. So, I just figure I have to look at YouTube as my child in some regard, and someone that I'm keeping so close to me that I love, because where else would I be able? Listen, you know what I wanted to do? I wanted to have a membership for all of us that if you paid a certain price once a month, we would have, let me see if I can figure out a way to say it. A mystery, a red rum mystery game that only members only that was in a certain category could do it. And do you know that YouTube said if you do that, and if you do it, and you're not approved to do it, we'll just shut you down. I can't do that. But that's just a game. It would be a game like Clue. I saw somebody at the window. It would be a game like Clue. So there we are. Now, no, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I mean, this is why when you go on with Miss Melanie, this is why she's very strict in what she says. This is why, and it's many other creators that lose their ad stuff. Sometimes it's per channel. But there for a while, after losing 3 in a very short period of time, I was kind of scared. And you don't get a warning. They just take you down. Boom, done. And building another channel, I've been on here since 2018. And it was only through Karen Reed that I really got, because once I started doing readings on Karen Reed, I had enough that I was able to get monetized. I was monetized in 2 weeks. You have to have a certain view count. You have to have a certain subscriber account. You have to put in, every time you upload a video, you have to say, this does not go against your guidelines. It's a business. We got to treat it like a business. So there you go, my darlings. That's it. That's it. So I don't want to seem like I constantly grift on this, because I'm not. I want you to know I'm your favorite grifting psychic, right? Hello? But I just wanted you to know. I know some of them do. Now, if you're a news outlet like Boston 10 or any of those, you can say all that. It just depends, because each one of us make different ad revenue. There's a certain categories that you fall into. Each one of you, everybody makes different. So there's not a set ad revenue. It's XYZ per view, XYZ per this. I don't know how the formula goes, but all I know is that I know I can't know enough. And I'm constantly taking classes. I'm constantly making art for other channels. I'm constantly doing things, because you don't know. You don't know. Some people have sent some things in, and oh my goodness, here we are. Jules, don't look a beautiful lady. Oh my goodness, became a YouTube member. Welcome, for your generosity. Thank you so much. Casey, hello, became a YouTube member. Welcome to the fold. Thank you so much. Disney nerd, look at you, darling. Love this channel, Lady Zelda, Captain Jerry, and Chad. We love you too, and thank you. And I got to tell you what, my beautiful mod, Jerry, she's just like my sidekick. I got to tell you this. New member, Carolyn, bless you, my darling. You look, I got to tell you what, I just love how beautiful inside and out all of you look. And you're so generous, and I want to thank you so much for everything that you do. So thank you, thank you. So, but it's not YouTube, my darling. It's not YouTube. They do have a clear demarcation between adult and kids. They do. When you upload, because they do have things like parent controls, but like when I upload a video, I have to specifically say, is this a content for kid or no? And those people who make kid content, their channels are so scrutinized, and they make a lot less. I mean, they don't hardly make anything. But frankly, I've tried Facebook, I've tried Instagram, this is the best outlet for me, because I can probably do the most here. I can do the most. Patreon, I'm on Patreon. So, but it's hard for me to put anything on there, because I have to use YouTube unlisted videos. And everything else costs a lot of money to put that on there. So there you go. There you go. Mel, hello, my darling. Look at that. I love it. Look at that. Oh my gosh. Is that a $2 bill? Mel Plum. Welcome to the membership fold. Thank you. Thank you. Oh yeah, I agree with you. I agree with you. And the way you have to look at it is just really a matter of time. The problem is they go through the creators that are live. So when you're live, it's like, but it is. I mean, it is I love that, Mel. I love it. It's a $2 bill. What's that song? $2. Anyway, there's a song. There we go. Oh, there we are. New member. Hello, Amanda. Thank you so much for being here. I love it. Thank you. Thank you. I love it. I have 2 paid memberships on YouTube, and this channel is one of them. I don't have a lot to spend. I appreciate that your memberships are affordable. That's the idea. That's the idea. I want you, this is your home. This is what I want. Okay. Lady Zelda, please explain to me how the feds got involved in our Karen's trial. Was it due to poor Sandra? I think it was before then. In my opinion, nobody really knows. But I think that there were some things that were sniffing around. And I think that it was completely localized and concentrating on that particular DA office. I can say it that way. And then poor Sandra Birchmore happened. And then because DA Meatball is totally convinced that it was self-induced by, that's what he says. So he has never charged Matthew Farwell on a state level, which that's kind of an anomaly. But I don't know. I'm not a legal beagle. I'll have to ask Miss Mel or whomever else you talk with. But it seems that it's just that weird. I know people, agents, of course they don't say anything, but they don't like things. But there's going to be some things that are going to be happening in Massachusetts right now. They're not going to be good for a lot of people. And it is a statewide thing. And I hope it doesn't happen. So there we go. Try Substack. I've tried. The biggest thing is moving your audience, because look how many I have of you. Can I move 12,000 people? That gets hard. So, if I just had 200 or 300 and I went, then it would not be so bad. But I'm not 12,000. I'm at 11,150, 60, something like that. Almost 11,200 is what I was thinking. That's hard. And even with True Oracle, trying to move 4,000 people becomes tough. But I appreciate it because you know what? I'm going to just tell you this. If something happens and I go out into the great unknown and you can't find this channel, look for True Oracle. And that's why I want you to become members over there too, because look for True Oracle. Because I will definitely put something in the community tabs over there and we'll do some things. But I really don't want her channel taken down either. So, but I think it'll be okay. Terry, bless you. Lady Zelda, love you back. You work so hard for us. Blessings. Well, you know what? Quality. Let me tell you what. Oh, I still have my earpiece in. Hello. Why is that happening? That's not good. My earpiece for work. I've got stories about Amazon and how they they come up about 5-7 feet from the door. And if I get a package, they just toss it. Well, I ordered cat food because I get all my cat food from Amazon. It's cheaper. It's Rachel Ray, but it's cheaper to have it delivered, and it's cheaper per pound to buy it on Amazon and have it delivered than it is for me to buy it in the grocery store. Buy about $5 a bag, woofy. So I always buy it on Amazon. And I needed to get some hair detangler because the ends are starting to get some serious nap action here. So I don't even know why I started this. Anyway, I see the Amazon guy come up, and they always come up in front of my window, and he stops, and he's got this package. I know my cat food's in there. I know the spray is in there, the detangler spray, the detangler spray. All of a sudden, I see this guy toss it, and it lands at my front door, and the detangler spray broke, and it was leaking all over my package. I'm gonna tell you, Zell was lit. Yeah, I don't like this. Something's got to happen with this hair. Something's got to happen. I can't deal with it. It's just too much. It's just something's got to happen. So Zelda was lit, and I walked out bare feet and all to the end of this sidewalk thing here, and I'm holding up my package going, "Hey, excuse me, young man. Hey, excuse me." And he looks at me, and I said, "My package is ruined. What are you going to do?" So I open it in front of him, and there I picked this out, and it's just dripping, sopping all over the place. Thank God the cat food comes in this plasticky type stuff that it didn't hurt it. I said, "No, what am I supposed to do?" "Well, I can take it back." Right. And so you can come up here and toss it again. I said, "I just want you to know I'm watching. I sit right here. I'm like Mrs. Kravitz. I watch." So anyway, there we are. That's my Amazon story for today. That was my excitement because I work home. I work remotely. I have been working remotely for years, decades. I've owned my own businesses, worked for decades. Thank you so much for your kind thoughts. Yeah, I should have been. I was lit. I don't get angry, but I know what it is. I believe in giving people quality. If you pay for, I just believe in that. Just like my House of Zelda cards, I make them myself. Sometimes they may not. Since when do you ever go up to McDonald's or any of these places and the burger that you get looks like the one on the menu? So it's one of those things that I believe in giving. That's why I want memberships that are affordable for you to be here, because it helps to support me. It helps to support the channel. And I'm so grateful and thankful for each and every one of you that I can come on here and be talky. Because you know what? I get up at 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning, and I'm talking from the moment that I get up, and I'm talking until the moment that I go to bed. What? So yeah, there we are. Thank you, my darling. Look at your little dreads. I love that. Golden. To me, that's bravery. I can't do that because, first of all, you look adorable. I would look like there's an old woman that's wanting to wear dreads. Have a nice life. So there you go. But you're adorable. You're adorable. Thank you so much. You got that right. Zelda is a talker. She's a talker. I cannot wait until we see these people. Listen. John will have justice because there's so much public. See, the court of public opinion. The court of public opinion is stepping in, and there is so much. If some craziness starts happening, and they start look who's here. This person here. If there's any tomfoolery, we're done with these people. This is all of us right now. We want justice for John, and we're not going to give up. We also want justice for Enrique, Sandra and Baby, many others. And the tomfoolery, and Aiden, the tomfoolery that these court systems have. My darlings, for any of you, which cat is in the backdrop? This one, Sammy. That's Sammy. It's my girl. She's an old girl like me. But the tomfoolery now that they're proposing to do, that the governor is proposing to do in Massachusetts, come down and just move to be close to me. I could not live in a state that does that sort of thing. That's going to be not so good. I'm afraid once we have our little private event on Signal, that you guys are going to say, Zelda, you are so far out. Pardon me, sister, what are we doing? I'm afraid that you're all going to say, Zelda, you're so far out, chick. What planet did you decide to drop from? This is Sammy. When I first got her, I lived in Tennessee and was going through a very hard time. And I always said that I just needed somebody. I was living with Shrek. That was horrible. Living with Shrek. And one day I went outside and she was little then. And the neighbor man was holding her. And he said, oh, I'm about ready to go to Knoxville and take her to my sister. I said, you're not taking her anywhere. She's mine. And he looked at me and laughed. He said, do you know how to take care of a cat? I said, do I know how to take care of a cat? Hello. Of course. He said, well, I've got some litter in the car. You sure you? I said, I'm taking her. So he gave me litter and food. And this poor child, she was an outside cat. She's feral. I fixed a little box for her. Look at this. Let me just rub. I fixed a little box for her. And that night, this little child slept. I had to check on her a couple of times because I thought maybe she passed. That's how hard she was sleeping. She slept so hard, and I'm going to tell you, she ate. She ate like a champion. I mean, it was like, can you clean out the refrigerator? If you're my new mama, I'm a needing to eat now. So that's exactly, and this is what we go through at night. She's tired. Okay, mommy, you talked for so long. We've got to go to bed. We've got to cuddle because what shows are we on? And I'm running out of shows because Gilded Age now is done. Outlander is done. Okay, sister. So Just Like That is done. So anyway, so this little sweet pea, I don't know if I can do the new Dexter. I don't know if I can do that. Severance from Apple TV is not on. Boy, that's a good one. And, I hate to go back through the old, Virgin River. That's on Netflix, that show. So anyway, she eats me, just eat. So she didn't know how to go to the bathroom. She would be pacing, looking around. So I got another little box, went outside, and I got a bunch of, she didn't know litter. I went outside, got a bunch of leaves and grass, a little bit of dirt, and put it in my bathroom and said, look, here's your potty box. See, right there's mommy's. This is yours. I saw Landman. Go to Bloodline was so good on Netflix. Hello. So she learned how to go to the potty box, and eventually I would put litter in it, and eventually, and then she got out one day because Shrek was mad at me, and he pushed her outside, and she ran. Oh, I was just devastated. She came back the next day, and just a few weeks later, we had the first litter of babies. That's where Riley came from. So anyway, she's a girl, but she's here with Mama. Look at her. She's like, whatever. I don't give. I'm here for the duration. So she's an old girl like Mama. Sorry. She's gonna be here. So anyway, that's about it. That's what's going on. I need blood. Oh yeah, gosh. Me too, bloodline. Hello. What's that guy's name? I was like, oh my gosh. I love programs like that. But you know what I told my son last night? Tulsa King, I saw. I told my son last night, I said, we had Lord of the Rings, epic stuff. We had The Hobbit. We had Game of Thrones, yes. Ozark. Hello. Ozark. Where are the epic stories? I want to see some epic stuff here. Then there was the what was it? The off thing of Game of Thrones. I forget what that one's called. I watched that one. See, I don't watch regular stuff. Then I went through all the vampire movies. True Blood. Then there was the originals. I like that. And then it started getting stupid. I want to see some stuff. I don't know, their storylines, there was a problem there. You better back up, Petey. You know how she is. She won't watch this. She's looking at Petey. You're going to get in trouble. You see these eyes? It's like, glare, glare, glare. So, Queen's Gambit, saw that one. I mean, Discovery of Witches, hello. Was that not good? Oh. So I've seen them all. And then I've got House of Dragons. That's it. Thank you. Thank you, Mitchell. Thank you. Thank you. Mitchell Samuels. Thank you. Sparkly vampires. Yeah. Anne Rice, I'm going to tell you this. Sorry. Anne Rice, this lipstick doesn't come off for about a day, no matter how, whatever. Oh, now I haven't seen that Outlander, Kelly. Do I need to? Alchemy of Souls. Maybe I need to watch that one. I've been hearing a lot about that. But I don't have regular television because I've got Roku and then I've got some streaming services, but I've got Turner Classic Movies. But they've been having some dumb things on there. You know what I don't know if any of you remember, I was talking about that movie from the 70s that was called Gargoyles. I saw just a couple of days ago where they're talking about that movie now and how that movie, their makeup and everything was something else. Okay, that reminds me. Hold on. Dropped off. It was prequel series. Yes, I'm thinking I might see that. Bedtime for me. Upstairs. All right, my darling. Thank you so much, Linda, for being here. Look at that baby pity pat. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Let me see. Somebody. Okay, here we are. Hold on. I lost the chat's going kind of quick. Okay. Does your channel make more revenue if we watch the entire ads and not yes. Yes. If you could do that, if you can stomach seeing the ads, thank you. If you cannot donate, if you cannot do any of that, just watch an ad or two that comes up, please. Now, I don't know if this happens, but the Tubi here is supposed to be rolling out this thing that while you're watching, if you don't have YouTube Premium, while you're watching, you're still supposed to be able to see me, and an ad is still supposed to be coming on. I don't know. They've only rolled that out for a few people. Also, they've rolled out that if you hit the like button, sometimes it'll neon, illuminate, bop, boop, whatever the case. You can try that too. But thanks for that question, because it does help. If you watch the ad, thank you so much. Kat, thank you. Gifted, welcome to the lucky receiver of the YouTube membership. I don't choose that. I wish I could give away memberships and I can't. There's not that capability. So thank you. Thank you for that, my darlings. Lady Z, do you watch Svengoolie Saturdays? Sometimes I do. And there's another one. There's another one that comes on and they play these old movies. And it's this, he's from the UK, I think, and they have this lurch looking guy. Who is that? Oh my gosh, I can see it now. He's got like dark black hair that's kind of fuzzy and he sits in this chair. And then this young girl that comes through, she's got a pretty dress on, but she's got some different makeup on. Okay. Oh, Kelly, look at this. My Kelly Austin. Oh, my Austin says, hi, first line. Oh, hi, Austin. Hi, my darling. Thanks for being here. Thanks for being here. So happy that you are. I hope you're having a good day. Hope you're having a good night. Thanks for being here because I love it. And we are 227 people that are watching. So the energy is ripe for the taking. There you go. Hold on. I haven't watched the most recent season, but I need to. Okay. Oh, hold on. Christy said, yes, oh, look how beautiful you are, my darling. Yes, I can see you and the ad. Oh, how cool is that? Thank you. Because I think it's supposed to be so you don't miss anything that's going on, I think. So I don't know. On BB. Same here. I don't see Lady Zelda either. Aw. Oh, I know. Listen, I'm spoiled by YouTube Premium. Believe me, I am spoiled by that. Believe me. Let me see. Premium pays a flat fee. Yes, but we don't get anything from YouTube Premium. So if you get YouTube Premium, the creators, it goes directly to YouTube. Probably should. I mean, when you think about it, there's a lot of stuff that goes on. Kara, thank you. Thank you for another. Is that the same one? Or is it a different one? No matter what it is, thank you. And I'm so glad that you're here. Appreciate your generosity. Thank you. No ads, right? I thought it was because I am on the phone. Oh, maybe it could be that you're on the phone. You know what? I'm going to show your comments here. I like that feature because some of you watch on the television and you should be seeing it right here. So now I want to ask you something. This is going to sound weird, but I have to start planning. And the question is, I'm going to do a Halloween show. Let me see. Let me see here. When Halloween, what day Halloween is. Somebody's hitting my TV in the other room because they're chasing birds. They're watching cat TV. Halloween is on a Friday night. I think I'm going to ask a special guest, maybe 2 or 3 special guests. to come on. So yes, I want to do a Halloween show. And any of your suggestions, I will take very much consideration. So please think. Halloween is on a Friday night. Ooh, I got some Halloween stories. Ooh, of Halloween haunted houses that I used to work in as a grifting gypsy psychic. Gee, go figure. Judy F, good question, my dear. Oh, looky there. Do you choose which ads run, or is it's just random? The ads choose me. It's the ad. Now, I've seen some rank ads go on some, like adult. I can go on and filter who, what ads come on my channel, because, sometimes you do have kids watching and I don't want that stuff. So, I have a filter. That's it. It's whoever says, oh, there's a grifting psychic. We can get some ads out of her. Okay. That's pretty much what they do. So yeah. Very rank. Hello. I wish I could do a live ghost hunt with microdots. And I don't know if you heard on Saturday night, Miss Melanie and I want to do something, and we're going to invite Richie also. Don't know when this is all coming, because I've got things now. I'm booked, I'm working, and I want to get moved, but we'll do all this. Yes. Oh gosh, I know that Instacart song. Oh, please. I get it. Thank you so much for all of your compliments and everything else. Yes, I'm thinking what I might do is for a Halloween little show, I might have one like a week earlier, like the Saturday before, so I can show you some little Halloween snacks that I always make at Halloween, because me being the one that I am, Halloween week is very important, because Turner Classic Movies always has the Hammer movies the whole week of Halloween, starting from the week before, usually the whole month of October, about the middle of October. And I have these little quick and easy little snack recipes for my son and I. And it's so funny because we don't watch together. He's always busy. My son is a professional gamer, plays in tournaments, does all that stuff. He's on Twitch. He does all that stuff. So we stream at the same time. And yes, I am working on some of the cookbook recipes that I have. I love Turner Classic Movies. So when they have the Hammer movies are my favorites. The Vincent Price and the Peter Cushing and the Christopher Lee and the Werewolf and Frankenstein, all of those things. So I'm thinking I may make, I might just do a video of it. So as I'm making them, so you can see, here's my Zelda snacks, psychic snacks, and whatever for Halloween. So yeah, so I'm trying to think, because I have to tell you, I'm still back in March planning things, and today I was writing in my little book to whomever got me these little planners. I love them. And there should be a link in my description. Maybe there's not. I think it's not there. But I love it. I've been planning and making, so, and then I thought today, should I do some makeup thing? No, I don't know. Scooby snacks, yes, hello. We need this. Sammy snacks, she's mommy's girl. So there's all kinds of little things, and then I'll make them. And my son goes to his space, corner of the world, and I go to my corner of the world. And I invite the vampires and the werewolves and the zombies and all this others to come in. So there we go. Okay, and okay, Angie. A portion of the YouTube Premium subscription fee is allocated to creators based on their content watch time. This means creators still earn revenue from viewers who have opted out of ads with YouTube Premium. I didn't know that because in my revenue, there's always a breakdown. There's so much for ad revenue. There's so much for shorts. So much, and I do not put a lot of shorts out there. I'll tell you why. It's because it's like 2 or 3 cents. I made 47 cents on 4 shorts that got something like 4,000 views. But it brings people here to the channel. So I don't see anything. Maybe I'll look a little closer. I've never seen anything from YouTube Premium. Maybe my channel is too small. I don't know. I don't know. I've not seen anything with True Oracle either. So I don't know, my darlings. So there you are. Oh, no, that's so helpful. No, I appreciate it. That was very helpful. That was very helpful. I would love to see Melanie here for that. I think she would love that. Thank you much. I'm thinking I will invite her. If you're watching, Miss Melanie, if you can come with us for Halloween. But it's a Friday night. She may have plans. She's got kids. But I'll ask because I know she'll come back again, and we want her. And I think she had a really good time. I think she did. I'm just really thrilled about that, quite frankly. And I was a little nervous because I thought, well, here's Miss Melanie. And, you know, I know some other creators that had somebody on and their interviews would tank a little bit. I knew it wasn't going to happen, but you know, she just means so much to me. And so I didn't want her to feel disrespected, or I didn't want her to feel uncomfortable or anything like that. But the moment that she started talking about a lot of things, spirit box and all this, hello. Yeah, she's lovely inside and out. We're definitely going to invite her again. She'll be on again. I love it. Love to watch shorts also. Yeah, I like to watch them too, but I watch them on the Talkie Tick. So there you go. Now, I don't know. I'm thinking for a Halloween show that I was thank you so much, everyone. You guys are just, I have the best chat. Well, most of you are on with Melanie anyway. But I was thinking for Halloween to tell some of the things about a vampire worse than Vlad, the vampire in, Ottoman. It is a female. I was thinking about telling some of those stories. Werewolf, not my nice vampires, vampires from the past. Things about that sort of thing. Maybe. I don't know. We'll see. Yes, she really, well, Miss Melanie is an empath. It is Elizabeth Bathory that makes Vlad look like Ronald McDonald. I was so happy. She really enjoyed it. I know she did. And that makes me really happy because I want her to feel very happy here. Yes, that's what she's been called. So there we go. Cut it. Lots of laughs. I don't know what that is. All right. Wasn't there a movie about her? I don't know if there was one about Elizabeth Bathory, but she was a real cow. I'm just going to tell you, look out. Vlad the Impaler, Listen, I know there's some things. I'm going to tell you something really cool about the Romanian castle of. It's okay, my darlings. The Romanian castle of Vlad. They have tourists. Shoot, I would go there in a heartbeat just to be a tourist. And the steps that went up to the castle were were absolutely so long and tedious that anybody coming to the castle, they would wear out and fall away and have heart attack and all this other stuff. And so they said that if you're coming to the castle, they put benches and everything else because the stairs were so they were long and gradual up. So they were going to be putting these trams, like these, that you could go over things, like an air tram type thing, like you do at the ski resorts. You could do that, okay? Well, what happened is a few years ago, female brown bears started coming to the castle, and they were protecting it. And they wouldn't people were getting attacked by these brown bears. And you know the saying, if it's black bear, if it's black, you can strike back. But if it's brown, you need to lay down. That's the rule. And holy moly, it took them forever to get these brown bears out of there. But I just think it's so interesting. And the reason being is because when the castle was attacked, and he was married, Vlad was married. When the castle was attacked, there was a secret passageway that he got out and made his way down to the sea and escaped that way. And to this day, they cannot find the passage. Now, would you not want to find that passage? I certainly would. I would want to find that. Hello. I would certainly, that would be uncanny to go through that passage. Can you imagine what was left in that? Something else. It's just really great. Let me see. Something. When you have your vampire in Germany, I want to know if he met my people too. I have uncovered letters referring to my ancestors as rich, annoying people. Well, I'm going to be on his show. He's not going to be on this one. So when the time comes, we're going to be talking about vampire lore that I know, and I want to find out some of these things. What does it mean? Is that, it's not Hollywood, but you never know. Yeah, Elizabeth Bathory. I did a little, it was Halloween about 5 years ago. I've got a Halloween playlist, and I did Elizabeth Bathory, and then a werewolf and Frankenstein and all these fun things. I want to ask him about the Chicago vampire population. Seriously. That is a huge population. And they're beautiful people. And so are you, my darling. Beautiful people. I'm going to tell you the ones that I met, they are very attractive. Almost a Romanesque feature, but very nice features, very beautiful. And they don't glitter and glow like Edward, right? Glow. But they are the two that I met are flippin' well handsome. But there's a huge population in Chicago. There's a huge population in New Orleans, and there's even a more big population in Croatia. Yes. So there you are. I think Melanie greatly had a good time. Yes, they are real. Yes, they are real. They are not, they don't thirst for what you think. Their thirst is knowledge, because they've been around for so long and they've suffered so much loss, they keep to themselves. So I don't know. Anne Rice was extremely upset that Tom Cruise got a role in her movie, Interview with the Vampire. She was extremely mad. In the end, she liked because he was able to, but she never spoke to him, from what I understand. She thought that he didn't have that persona. He was too baby-faced. I'll tell you the one that Gary Olson was the one in Dracula movie. Was that his name? Gary Olson? That was a good one. I like him anyway. But I just thought that was really, really something. Yeah, I was upset that they chose Cruise. Gary Oldman. What did I say? Olson. The Olsen twins. Hello. Gary Oldman. Thank you. Gary Oldman. Yeah, he was good, I thought. He was good. But the ones that I know, I'll see the one that I met when she was in New Orleans. I'll never forget that. In Cafe du Monde, having beignets and that coffee. I don't know what it is about the coffee at Cafe du Monde. I could sit there for hours and drink that coffee and eat beignets. Hello. That was wonderful. But she was talking to the one and actually was going to have him as the main character in Interview as a Vampire, but she used him in Lisette. Is it Lisette? I think it's Lisette. She wanted him for Lisette. Let me see. Zelda, is this vampire that would call into your psychic line years ago? No. That one, I am convinced, is Jacques St. James from New Orleans. Lestat. Thank you. Yeah, I need you guys to be able to put me on the right road. Gary Olson and Lestat, right? Hello. So Gary Oldman and Lestat. Yes. Oh, French kiss. Yes. Hello. Gotcha. I couldn't remember. Yeah. So there are 3 that I have met in my life. And this one actually reached out to me. I do the graphics on his channel. He sent me a photo of what he looks like. I made the graphic based on what he looks like. I gave him the name. He's not going to tell you his real name because he doesn't want people coming and snooping around. I don't blame him. That's just the way it is. The one very interesting thing that I love about it is that he has told me, and he's not the only one, there's a couple of them have said the same thing, that a lot of them in Europe have horses. They use the horses to travel. They don't travel by car. They will, but they don't a lot. They still use it. Goodbye. They use horses. Isn't that cool? I just love that. Hello. And I said, please tell me that your horse is a Percheron. I can't even talk tonight. Hello. So I think it is. So there we are. So my darlings, I think we've been on here quite a while. We heard some scary stories tonight. Please send me your scary stories. Make sure that you keep them short and sweet, because I won't be able to read all these, hello. I would love to have, if you've got photos, that would be wonderful. I'm going to read you. Tonight's the night we started. This is a limited series, and we're going to go until probably the first week of November, the weekend after Halloween. So we'll go. So there you go. I saw that, Kaylee, about looks and acts like a wormtail. There you are. Love you, Zelda. I'll have to catch the replay so I know what to do. There you go, my darlings. There you go. And please do me a favor. If you see an ad, just let one roll. That if you can't donate, if you can't, that reminds me, I got to read these because I don't want to leave it. Have I left anyone behind? No, I do not the grifter does not leave anyone behind. Did I read that one? I think I've read every one. I think I have from on here. Let me get this on my Venmo. Hello. Nancy, bless you, my darling. Thank you so much for your sweet help. Thank you. Thank you. Jana, appreciate you. You're very generous. Sharon, there's no apologies needed. There's no nothing. We're good. We're all good. Patty, for whatever please you, beautiful lady. Thank you, Zelda, so much for all you do. Love and appreciate you. Thank you so much. You guys are top shelf. Top shelf. Now, if you donate in Cash App, Cash App doesn't allow us to say, oh, thank you very much, my darling. So just know if I heart it, there you are. Okay. So I don't get to do that if not. Let me see. Nancy Newton. All right. So let me see if anything else is coming about. No. Let me see some final things. I watch the ads, but I can't do the 12-minute infomercial. Oh no, we won't. I won't make you do the infomercials. Mercy Brown case. Don't know the Mercy Brown case, or do I? Maybe I need to look into that. Thank you, Captain Jerry. Please, everyone, this is my captain of the ship, and I want to tell you this. She is top shelf, my Jerry, because I actually mentioned to her today, I would love to go to 34 Fairview. And she's like, I'll drive you. I mean, it doesn't make any difference. I'll drive you. I'm here for it. I'll drive you. Which means she would have a long drive because that lady is in Florida. And I mean, going from Florida to Massachusetts, hello. But believe me, I'm sure we wouldn't, and we would have a lot to talk about. And I'm sure we wouldn't stop talking. So there you are, my darling. She's wonderful. Is Venmo easy to install? Absolutely it is, my darling. It is. Listen, I use Venmo. I have a Venmo card. I use Venmo more than I do my bank account. I like Venmo. And Venmo's really nice because it's instantaneous no matter where. If you remember the old days when you would have to cash a check and you'd go to the bank and you better make sure you made it on Friday night if you wanted any do-re-mi because we didn't have ATM cards, we didn't have anything else, and there wasn't any way except for going down to the grocery store or the corner store and cashing a check. Make sure you got some running money for the weekend. Now you transfer with Venmo, Cash App, it's instantaneous. Hello. Wonderful. Al Capone's hideaway house they turned into a restaurant. I hate going there as a kid. Let me tell you this. I've got my grandmother. Well, I've got stories about Al Capone. You know him. He talked a lot. Al Capone, he was a talker. Al Capone, who went through Route 30 that went through my hometown in Ohio, up through from New York to Route 30 from Chicago. And they would bring things down from Canada. My grandmother was related to somebody that got hurt, a female that was associated with Al, and talk about like he's, hello, Al. And that was, it was very unhealthy for her. She didn't survive it. So there we go. 34 Fairview would get 100K view. I'm here for it. I'm here, but I don't want anybody to bother them. I'm sure that it's like the Amityville horror house, that, believe me, those poor people, and they still, in fact, I heard last year they had another person arrested that was standing at the edge of their yard, and they were standing there taking pictures, and the cops came and arrested them for trespassing. Can you imagine what these poor people are going through at 34 Fairview? Listen, I'll go. I will, I will have somebody make an introduction. Hello, Mr. and Mrs. Homeowner. I'm here not to cause trouble, but I'm here to see if anything is and believe me, we'll ask it gently to leave. I would buy that house, but I wouldn't live in it because, hello, what am I going to do in Massachusetts? So, not that anything's wrong with Massachusetts, I just have roots elsewhere. So there we go. My darling, probably stopped at that house on the way down too. You should feel the energy at that place, Elder Yikes. Yeah, I know. Let me see if I missed anybody. Miss Smith, hi. Zelda, what did you get to do? What did you do to get your baby girl to sit there and cuddle for so long? I'm currently trying to show my baby my phone so he can sit. I don't know. I'll just tell you, all of them would be that way. At night, when I'm laying there watching TV, I have the TV, like my bed is this way, and I have the TV over, like on the side, on a dresser. And seriously, I'll wake up during the middle of the night, and all of them will be lined up on the edge of my bed, sitting there watching TV, because sometimes I'll let like a documentary go, or 5:28 hertz, or the Psalms, or something else going. Hello. They sit there and watch. Just as pleasant as can be. And I'll get up and I'll say, hey, mommy's got to get up, and they part the ways. They know when I'm going to stream, because I'll look at Shaggy and all of them, like Bilbo, Shaggy, Riley, and I'll say, you want to see your babies? And they go right back in there, and I turn the cat TV on. So they know, they're smart. And it cracks me up, because cat TV, when they see a bird fly like off the frame, and they'll go and look behind the TV, like, where did that guy go? They're smart as whips. I don't know, but they are the calmest crew. They play a little bit, but they're older now, and believe me, when I lose them, I've lost 4 so far. There's some left. And when I lose them, it will be like an Italian funeral. It always is. Alcaphone for alcohol. There you go. Alcaphone. There we are. Lizzie Bordenhouse in Fall River. Boston Bea was at Salem. Sent me pictures. Jealous. Some cats snuggle, some don't. Yeah, these are snugglers. These little fellows, they're snugglers. The new homeowners should have been told or disclosed when they purchase it. Well, my darling, I think that the real estate agent was related in some sort of kind of way to the McAlberts. But I think by Massachusetts law, they don't have to disclose. And besides, at that point, really, what was there to disclose? Because most things were hidden. I'd be mad. I would be mad. But I don't think they have. I'm not a lawyer, but I don't think they have any legal recourse. So I don't know. Let me see what else is happening. Cat TV. What is Cat TV, my darling? Well, if you go on YouTube Live and you type in, or if you go into YouTube and you type in Cat TV, you're going to see all these channels, and it's little birds and squirrels, and they're eating, they flutter around and they make all these noises and they chirp, and the cats are just like, it's funny. It's funny. The Borden House is a B&B. I did not know that. I was there years ago in the 1980s, and I got pushed. Let me see. I love Salem. Let me see. Carrie Roberts' sister. Was it her? Hi there, darling. Heather. Oh, look at this young lady. I've been doing some investigating, ripping up floors. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Hello, beautiful. How are you? And how are you feeling? Let me see. A disclosure at least was found on the lawn. Here it would, yeah. In some of the states that I've been to, you have to say, look, there was a problem outside. Somebody was a talker. Anyway, it is what it is. My darlings, I'm so glad that you're here. Thank you. I mean, I kind of stumbled through it tonight, but I want to thank you for help. I'm being haunted. Some weird things happened beforehand. I want to thank you so much for being here. I love each and every one of you. I have a little outro. If you do me a favor and watch that, and while you're saying goodbye to everyone, and I will see you Saturday night. We'll do some EVPs. We'll do some other things. And who knows? You never know. Miss Melanie watches. She may want to pop in. We don't know. If she does, come on. Everybody's welcome. Thank you so much. Thanks for putting up with me and my stories. I'm here for it, but thanks so much for understanding and for your generosity. It helps me. It helps the channel. Do me a favor before you go. If you haven't already, True Oracle's link is pinned in my chat. Please go and subscribe. Well, let's get that channel up to 4,000. So Saturday night, we can have a big giveaway. And that is the plan. We're going to celebrate, have a big giveaway. You just don't know. You just don't know what little Zelda has in mind to give away. Look out. So glad you're here. So thank you so much, my darlings. Prepare, get ready. Let me get rid of these banners. I have to do that before I run the outro. I want to thank you. Once again, you guys are amazing. And thanks to my beautiful mod, Captain Jerry. You guys are the best. So I just love having you here. So without further ado, have a good evening, everyone. Thanks for being here. See you soon.
And so the lantern fades, but the shadows remain. This story may end here, or perhaps it's only just begun. See you soon. Hello there, my darlings. I hope you enjoyed that. We're going to cut that one off for right now. And let me see. I've got a little special announcement that I would like to make to you. And I am so glad that you're here. I want to share another little something here. And I'm really excited about this. I was asked, and Captain Jerry knows all about this. So I was asked to be a guest on Spaced Out Radio. Spaced Out Radio is, oh, hold on a minute. Something else is starting in the background. Welcome. Hold on. No, we don't want you. Okay, so sorry about that. All right, so anyway, Spaced Out Radio, let me show you. This gentleman here, Dave Scott, is just so knowledgeable. I'm going to be going on there and talking about being a forensic intuitive tarot profiler in crimes, and my little card isn't up yet. It will be very soon. And this is coming up. So I'd like to invite you. You can find this at spacedoutradio.com.
I will be on there. Now, it is technically March 16th. But so you don't get the times mixed up, because quite frankly, I got the times mixed up myself. So if you think March 15th, which is Sunday night, then that night at midnight is when it starts. So it is midnight, but technically it's 12 a.m. So it's March 16th at 12 a.m. in the morning until 2 a.m., maybe even 3 a.m. I don't know. But please, uh, please stop on by and come in the chat and say hello. Our friend of the channel, Jules, will be there. I'm sure Captain Harris may try to be there, but it's awfully late for her, awfully late for many. But my darlings, thank you so much. I'm very, very excited, and I will be announcing this even more as we get into the weekend. But I wanted to share this with you, and thank you so much. Now, if you want to hang out, I'm going to play another one for this evening. This is a very, very favorite episode of Help, I'm Haunted of mine. I think it's probably my favorite episode. It is about a graveyard. And for those of you who have to leave or you've got other things to do, that's fine. I want to thank my mods again for being here, and for helping out. So here we go, my darlings. Without further ado, I'm going to we're going to reduce this a little bit. Where are we here? Here we go. And I'm going to bring in another episode for your enjoyment. This is live, but my darlings, you are going to love this story. So give me a second while I cue this up, and we'll just go from there. All right. So let me get this going here, and hang in there. Hang in there. If you have to listen or just let it go in the background, I appreciate it. You know, we've been doing a lot in this crime case, and especially right now with Nancy Guthrie missing, bless her heart. And this is a time in which, you know, sometimes it can become so heavy and it's so sad. And, you know, I think sometimes in order for us to keep going, because we are the support system, we have to take a breath and we have to breathe and we have to come together. And then tomorrow is Friday the 13th. We're going into Friday the 13th, hopefully fresh as a daisy. So without further ado, I'm going to renew and remove myself.
Every haunting has a beginning and an end. But in this place, one becomes the other. Step closer. The lantern's glow will guide you. What you are about to hear are true stories of hauntings all over the world. Welcome to Help, I'm Haunted.
Hello there and welcome. It is Thursday, September 25th of 2025. And oh boy, I've got one for you tonight. Get ready. It's kind of scary. So, this guy here, and don't forget your grifting psychic and all those things. But I got a couple of announcements to make. And there's Shaggy walking through like a little flagpole. So, my darling, let me see. Guten Abend, Zelda. Danke, dein Sau. All right. So, hello, my darlings. Welcome to the House of Zelda, and especially to Help, I'm Haunted. Now, I just want you to know that all the stories that I tell you are true, are ones that I've experienced, ones that I have really. Sometimes I just don't know, and I can't even explain it. Like the staircase, that was one that kind of haunts me. You just kind of sort of wonder. We've had some storms here tonight that are pretty intense so far. So if for some reason I lose you, hang in there. I've got my phone ready. I'll come back. We'll finish. If not, well, we'll just hang in there. All right. So we've got a few little announcements, and I would like to thank True Oracle for being here. And because of all of you, it is True Oracle's 4th birthday. We've had that channel now for 4 years. I can't believe it. It's been great. And we're planning on continuing for another 40 years. I can tell you that. So thank you. Wait. I have to give a cheering here. Wait. Where is it? Here we go. Thank you to True Oracle. Thank you. So I love the storms, actually. Let me see if I've got a couple of other little announcements. I did a reading today on the situation of Charlie Kirk. If you didn't see that, it is on the True Oracle page. I pinned it in the community tab, and after we're done, I'll put it in the description. I think it's something that you probably might want to watch. Sort of, kind of. May the 4th be with you all. And so we go from there. And that's not Sammy, that is Bilbo going around. There's a lot of energy, and he's been doing this all day. And no, people are like, no, you don't understand. Your cat's hurt. No, they tell me when they're hurting. So no, it's energy. So thank you so much for being here. Now, I've got some exciting news. We're going to have a giveaway later on tonight. I'm going to show you what this giveaway is. Here we are. It is a 1-month subscription to Beacon TV. Now, what is Beacon TV? I think I talked about this. It is the paranormal investigator, Shane Pittman. And if you ever love, like I do, the Holzer files that was on the Discovery, this will be the new Holzer home. The band is back together. Dave Schrader, Cindy Kaza, and Shane Pittman. And I'm going to give you a little preview because that is going to be out in a couple of days. So every Thursday during Help, I'm Haunted. Until Halloween, I'm going to be giving away a gift card. Now, I bought some in bulk. Maybe I shouldn't have done that, but I bought them in bulk. So I will have to get new stream codes or stream keys. So if you win tonight, be patient until Beacon TV gives me the code for you. Okay. So there we are. So all is well. All is well. So, and I'm so glad that you all enjoyed Misdemeanor last night. Isn't she a gas? I just love her. She's going to come back. She's going to come back. Now, without further ado, I want to show you what we have in store for this new program on Beacon TV. That's it. This is the only place you can see it. Watch this. Give me a second. Let me put it up. And you may have to adjust your sound a little bit. I'll keep quiet during this and I'll make it larger. Here we go.
You guys ready for this? All right. I'm going to go back to the HQ. I'll be listening and watching like usual. If you need anything, I'm just a call away.
You don't have to be afraid of him anymore. He can't hurt you anymore.
Hey! What was that? I've never had this happen before. I lost time for a minute. Any and all spirits of this land, any of the ancestors, something is upsetting the natural balance. Hello? Oh my God.
That's pretty cool, isn't it? Oh man, let me get out of here before it starts really going crazy. That's going to be a great show. And they've already I don't know why Discovery did not continue on with the Holzer Files. To me, that was one of the most authentic paranormal shows. I could not wait. I've talked with Dave Schrader before, not lately, but before. Shane Pittman, great person. Cindy Kaza, one of the true mediums that are out there. This is going to be awesome. And I want to share it with you, my darlings, and give you back. So tonight we will be having the giveaway for the Beacon TV 1 month, and it is streaming on the internet. So it's an internet. It's not like Netflix or any of those. It's you watch it on your browser or your phone or one of those things. So yeah, great. So my darlings, here we go. Let me see if there's any other little things except to watch for a new video with Turtle Boy tomorrow. I will be coming out, and that is with Judge Doolin, Turtle Boy, the situation, where they're going. And between you and I, this is about to take a weird turn. So we'll see. Hello, my darlings, and each and every one of you. Okay, so let's get started. Let me see. Let me keep my phone out here in case I need anything. Oops, I think I just called somebody. All right. Now that's Shaggy. Hello, my darlings. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Come on in, come on in, come on in. Give me just a second. So welcome, and this is going to be fun. Now, I'm going to tell this story. It's kind of long, and we're going to get through it. But we'll see this guy right here. Hold on, my darlings. I got to mute just for a second. Okay, I'm back. All right. Hello, welcome. This is, you know what? I'm going to put the trigger warning up on this one. Give me a sec. Little trigger warning, because sometimes these things can get and sometimes they're unexplainable. Okay. 5 of us a few years ago, and I don't know, my darlings, the background, this is a real photograph. This here. This guy, or I don't know where he is, this monster looking fellow, I added. You'll understand why. The raven, I added. You'll understand why. But if you take a look at the background, now I don't know if it's me or not. Okay, somebody tell me. Put a 1 in the chat if I am pointing to the guy. Put a 1 in the chat so I know what direction to point. Put a 1. I don't think I am. Put a 1 in the chat if I'm pointing to the guy. Do you see me pointing to the guy? This guy right here, put a 1 in the chat. Okay, good. Thank you. Okay, I just want to make sure I know what I'm talking about, which sometimes we don't know. Over here, you may have to really focus in. There is a cross. This is in the state of Tennessee, and this is in an area where nobody really knows, and nobody really goes back there, and you're not really supposed to go back there. But yeah, you can see this cross. The interstate runs right around in here. So you can see this graveyard and the little statues. So this is a real photograph. He is fake. I added him, and he is fake, but I added him too. You're going to see. So, this is usual for Tennessee, where I've been before. They always stick these graveyards up and around, and the crosses along the interstate. Yeah, especially when you get closer to Nashville, and from Crossville and Nashville on up and around there. All right, my darlings, here we go. There were 5 of us. We decided to visit this cemetery. This cemetery is old, as you can see. Some of the stones date back to the 1700s. There were reports of people getting lost for hours in this cemetery. It's not that big, but you can see there's steps in this graveyard. In this graveyard. There are steps all around, and there are places to hide. There are broken mausoleums, like you can see on this side. This is a picture that I actually took because there was so much going on. I just didn't know. It's huge. This is huge. But there's a lot of trees around on this side. There are a lot of trees, and it's like like this, not mountainous, but hilly. And it just seems like it goes in waves. And most of the graveyards, cemeteries in Tennessee go in waves. They sell up lots, they bury people. Then they decide they want to sell more lots, they bury people. So they're in sections, they go by years. I think many other places are like that too, but this one especially. So let me get a drink, my darling. And shout out to the Mid Tennessee Paranormal Group. I do watch it on the Talkie Tick. And by the way, if you watch the Talkie Tick, it is saved. TikTok has been put into the hands of US investors, so it's not going anywhere. All right. So we decided to go up here, and this is taken just as the sun was starting to come down, just when the sun is starting to set. I wanted to get a lay of the land, and I always go first to do some type of evaluation, to watch, to see. And especially, you don't know, in the hills of Tennessee, you can step on something and be gone just like that, because there are so many cavernous caves, holes, things, crazy. So I wanted to make sure that there was a path. Now, many times what I'll do is, if there's dead grass or something, I may pull up a dead grass and lay it across the steps, so I know I've been there before. Because when it gets dark, my darlings, wow. And it's not like, it's like pitch black dark. So 5 of us, 2 men, 2 ladies. I mean, 3 men, 2 ladies. Sorry. Hello. Remedial math course. So we come here. I do my grounding, lay of the land. I've got my iron. I've got all kinds of things. Don't wear earrings. And by the way, thank you again to who sent me the little ghosty earrings, because they're adorable. And so as I went on, and the other lady kind of hung with me. She's not experienced. She's learning. That's fine. They were with a group. And so I would go out with them. I'm very careful where I step, because, the graves most always face east. So if you ever get lost and you end up in a graveyard, the lay of the land, because this is east. Okay. So now we're walking around, and you have to also be careful, because there are black bears in the state of Tennessee. There can be panthers. There can be bobcats. There are wild animals. There are snakes, cottonmouth. Yeah, those are dangerous, and they chase you. All kinds of things. So I always wear my cowboy boots, only because I wear the ones that are higher up in case something is, whatever. So we're walking through there, and it was just a little darker than what it is right now. And this yell was no animal. It was a scream. It was loud. It wasn't a growl. We just all stood still, and we walked around, because the one thing you want to do is, when you're out these places, you want to be aware, because, as I always say, I'm more concerned about the human realm than I am the paranormal. So just a minute, something just banged behind me. Did you hear that? And that's not a cat. Hello, whatever you are. So we hear this awful scream. this awful yell. And I mean, it wasn't just a right? It was like, what? I mean, it was like a whoa thing. And it was loud. So we stood there because, of course, we want to see, is this a call of the wild? Is something set loose? Is there a person there? Is this you don't know if it's a gag. You don't know any of these things. So copperheads, absolutely. Copperheads, cottonmouths, absolutely. So, and I'm answering Martha. She put in about the snakes. So we stood there, and literally things got quiet, except for this guy. He lands on top of and he looked like a raven. He did not look like a crow. And there's a big difference. You can tell a raven by their throat, mainly, and by their calls. A raven is a type thing, and a blackbird is more of a caw thing, right? So yes, now I'm going into. So he's sitting up here doing that thing that they do. And for a raven to do that, that's like, it's time for you to be aware. And he's calling his buddies. It's time for him to be aware, but he was always alone. And he would follow. So if we would go up this hill, he would make sure that he was like right here. He would follow, he would stay close to us, but not close enough to where we could see where he is. Keeps getting darker. We have flashlights. We have cameras. Some of the guys have the recorders, and I have a Polaroid camera. Which I love, by the way, on going on paranormal investigations. You gotta have a Polaroid. All of a sudden, one of the men, his name is Mike. We called him Mick. Don't ask me why. Mick looks at us and says, "We have company." Now, just a little timeout. If you go out on an investigation with me, as a rule of thumb, I always say when we go there, do not mention each other's names. Like, don't yell across the cemetery, "Hey, Zelda," or "Hey, Mick," or "Hey, Betty," or you don't use everybody else's name. Why? Because sometimes it's dangerous. If somebody else is there, you don't want them to know who you are. And secondly, if you're talking to a real entity, they'll say your name without you having to say anything. So he says, "We've got company." So we're all kind of looking around, and we see this dark figure. Now, we all looked, I mean, you could tell we had flesh. You could tell that everything, because I always wear the black anyway, but everybody else was. But you could tell that we were human. And we just kind of stood still. There was a guy that was walking, and he was walking way up in here. And he was walking around just like this, head to the side and walking very slowly, very zombie-esque. And so we're making hand signals to each other, doing the, be careful, watch out, thank you, I'm here, don't, those things. Now it's getting really dark. You can't see hand signals anyway. So now we've got the buddy system. But now in the darkness, without flashlights, we can see a guy walking around. He had eyes just like this, and you could see them. They weren't normal eyes. They were just sunken nothing eyes. We decided not to put our flashlight on because doing that kind of thing will inflame something and you just don't want to do it. Think about the old B movies, Frankenstein and all this, and welcome Petey to the stage. And hello, ow. Okay. So now we're all I'm getting scared. I want you to know at this point, I'm getting scared because you don't know if somebody's playing around or if they're in costume or what they're doing. And you don't know if they are armed. You know what I mean? You don't know what that's all about. So we gravitate closer to each other. This dude is like, it's almost as though he sees us, but he's not paying attention. He's walking up and around here. Then he goes back over here. And of course, my thoughts, the one movie that scared the absolute Scheissele out of me, Night of the Living Dead, hello, because it looked like that. And I'm thinking, okay. The one thing we didn't want to do was make any type of quick movement. You don't do any of that. You're always very careful, always respectful. And for me, you're in a graveyard anyway. It's just for me a tradition. You're just respectful. But some of these gravestones, and this is why I took a picture of this. Do you see the markings on this? There were some weird markings on these gravestones. So I just kind of thought, okay, something is here. And one of the other men were supposed to do the research because before we go out anywhere, and if I am invited by a group, I hate to say this, that sounds a little on the snotty side, But I expect if a group invites me, I expect that group to have their homework done, meaning you make sure you get all your history, your genealogy, your folklore, you talk to people, you find out what's going on, and if you need to, if you're going out to a graveyard or anything else, you call the sheriff's department and you say, look, we're going out on a paranormal investigation. We're not vandalizing. Here, this is my idea, and hello, my ID, and it is, I'm responsible for the group. We're not armed, blah, 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 blah. And they're very grateful when you do that because you don't want to have a sheriff's officer come up and startle you and then have, high noon happening, right? So you make sure you do all your homework. What evidently everybody else thought the everyone was going to be doing it and nobody really did know to do anything. And I'm sitting here thinking, oh, this is great. And they're not that experienced. And you know what? I get it. I made huge mistakes. And I told you about those a few weeks ago. The haunted house with the portal, all that other. You just go out. You're young. You just want to do this. Hello. Well, now I'm thinking, oh, heck, we better get out of here. So we're all standing there talking. And I'm sorry, this one is annoyed because he keeps smacking his tail and he's hitting the mic. So if you hear that, my apologies. I'm trying to hold it. But look at this. Look, I don't know if you can see it, but his tail is just being a little turd. He's mad because I won't let him kiss me there. Hello. There you go. So see. All right. So we're all standing in this group. We all kind of have our backs to each other. We're looking around, making sure that we keep an eye on this guy. He's roaming all around. and we wouldn't see him for a few minutes, and then all of a sudden he would appear again. We're getting ready to leave. We turn around to talk, and the girl is gone. She's gone. She was there. She's gone. Where is she? And we're looking at each other, and the one thing we don't want to start doing is yelling for her. Because if this thing didn't see us, we don't want to draw attention and have it coming, because could we defend ourselves? No. And throwing a rock at this thing probably would not suffice. So now on top of this guy, and we've got little Kaka up here. Well, that's not a good name for him, is it? Little Raven Boy. A little Raven Boy up here going around, clucking the whole time. Now we've got somebody who's lost. And to me, on a paranormal investigation like that, and I've been through it, when somebody goes missing, it is scary and creepy. So they're all kind of looking at me like, what do we do? What do we do? And I'm thinking, oh, shoot, right? And I'm saying a couple of words probably that I shouldn't have said. And I told one of them, go down the hill, because we were up and around here. You had to go down the hill. And remember, I put the grass. I said, follow the grass. So I put the dead grass, just like this thing right here. I would pluck it up and lay it across these steps, so we knew that would be the way to go. I said, follow the grass. You go down the hill. You see if there are any other cars here. We will be okay. We're going to make our way down there, but I'm not leaving this spot because that's where she moved from. You're going to have to call the sheriff's office and tell them that we have somebody missing. And you need to go, and you need to go quickly and try not to make a sound. We did have cell phones back then, so that was a, hello. So he goes down the hill. He's very good at that. And you can tell, all of us are filled with anxiety, wondering where this lady is. I call her a girl because to me, everybody's younger than I am. And so everybody is a girl, everybody. You know what I'm saying? I had to be at least in her late 30s, had a family. So, you're thinking, oh, heck. In the meantime, the guys are kind of looking around because I told them, I said, you need to look, pardon me. I said, you need to look and see if any of these steps are weak. You need to gently push on the gravestones. You need to see if anything is out of place. Could she have fallen in somewhere? Could she have gone somewhere? And we're whispering. We're whispering. All of a sudden, we turn around, and this guy, like if I'm right here, this is how close he was to me. I froze. Not so much in fear, maybe, but it was, oh gosh, I cannot run this thing. I wouldn't try, because look at all the obstacles that you've got. You can get hurt. If you start running in graveyards and cemeteries and everything else, look out, you're going to get hurt. And that's happened before. I've had scraped leg, even walking through at night. You can get scraped legs, scraped knees, scraped ankles. You can step on a gravestone that's old and not really there anymore, and you can turn your ankle. Just stuff. And all of a sudden, this bird comes and sits there, and he starts clucking. He starts clucking again. And this wee little bird, out of nowhere, I'm not kidding, he was wee little, comes and swoops this thing. Now, I'm not kidding. It just came and went whoosh, right like this. And it turned its attention toward that bird, and that thing turned around. I have chills telling you this. It flipped me out. I'm standing there watching because I'm thinking, I can't keep my eye off this dude now until something happens. In the meantime, the other man comes up and says, I called the sheriff and they said they're about 45 minutes out. Okay, we're here for at least 45 minutes. Okay. Okay. So I looked at this raven and I don't even know what I had in my pocket. Something in my pocket. And I held them out and I said, these are yours. These are yours. And I put him down. I didn't want him to come to me. I put him down and he knew. He went over to the step and then he hopped over and he ate those. And that was it. It was like he was around. And ravens do that. They're intelligent. They're very smart. So he's cucking. He's doing this little caw-caw thing, cocking, clocking, blah, blah, blah. So we're all walking around. And I told him, I said, look, I'm going to stay right here by this gravestone right here. And I want you to take 10 steps this way, 10 steps this way. We're calculating it so nobody gets lost. We have flashlights, but we don't want to turn them on because we don't want this. And seriously, we didn't know if he had any buddies because we kept seeing it going up through and around here. And then it would go over here toward the woods and then it would come back again. So I said, I'm going to stay here because I'm going to keep my eye on that thing because it's not going to come up on me again. That's scary. I'm going to tell you, that startled me. That startled me. Having that come this close. Hello. And the weird thing is that he would walk up and down these steps. He knew this thing, knew this cemetery like the back of his scrawny hand, because he didn't have any problem navigating these steps. He didn't have any light. He didn't have anything. I don't even know if he had any eyes. He didn't have anything. He was just going up and down these steps, walking around. It was the most bizarre thing that I've ever seen. And seriously, I thought it was a gag. I really did. And I was a little concerned that maybe these people had told somebody that we were going out and they did this on purpose. So it would be, because those things happen. You get set up and then it's a good gag and you just don't know what to do. So I'm standing there. I can hear these guys whispering, 1, 2, counting their steps off, going in 3 different directions. So one guy went up this way, one this way, and then one that direction toward this broken down mausoleum. I'm standing there. He was walking. He wasn't floating. He was literally walking. You could hear him going up and down steps. You could hear this grass crunchy, crunchy underneath his whatever he had. Crunchy. So we're waiting. And I'm thinking, daggone, what's taking those cops so long? You get to that point where you're thinking, holy mackerel. And I was not about to leave without this young lady because, totally uncool, but certainly we just don't know if she's safe or not. We're standing there and this guy is walking up through here. All of a sudden, I felt this hand on my arm. Now, I want you to know that embarrassed me. It embarrasses me to tell you, but I can tell you this. Grabbing my arm like that, I left out a scream of the banshee. seriously a scream of a banshee. Because I was all ramped up anyway, I was more worried about her than this. But I would like, oh my God. And it was this girl. And I said, oh my God, where did you come from? And she said, where did you guys go? I said, what do you mean, where did we go? We've been here the whole time. We've called the sheriff's office. And she said, you guys just disappeared. I've stayed right here. I said, have you heard us talking? Have you? She said, no. I've been right here. I said, you've not been right here. I've walked around this tombstone 20 times looking for you. And she said, almost, Mama J's. Maybe now would be a thing. And I said, oh my God. Where were you? And she goes, I'm right here. So we went through this. I'm right here. So I'm looking at these guys putting a flashlight up to and pointing to her. And they're like, and they were mad. They seriously were mad. And I can understand that because they thought that she was pulling a joke to scare us. They were so mad. And she was the fiance of one of the guys. And I mean, he was, and I said, look, hello. Not the time nor the place. I don't want to get into this. Now we've got to wait on the sheriff, because one thing we don't want to do is get mad, have a sheriff's office mad at us thinking that we're prank calling them. We waited and we waited. Finally, down here on one of these roads, we saw this Mayberry RFD light, red light going. No siren, no nothing. Coming up. Hey, what are y'all doing? I heard you got somebody lost up here. That's exactly what he said. One of the guys said, yes, sir, I'm the one that called. We thought our teammate was lost, and we were told it would take 45 minutes to come out. And we're so sorry that we called you. It must have been a mistake. It must have been, because we didn't want to be in trouble and make that look like, hello. And all of a sudden he says, well, this ain't no mistake. I said, what? And I said, can I ask you a question, sir? Yeah, you can ask me whatever you want. And he's out of the car now. Now, it's his time to shine. He's out of the car. He's got this little brown uniform on. He's got this little hat, got a little brown uniform. He wasn't any bigger than a minute. And I'm thinking, oh, here we are. Hello. And I said, sir, we keep seeing this person walking around. They're dressed all in black. And he says, oh, yeah, we know who he is. Okay. I said, who is he? Well, ma'am. And then after 25 minutes of, he says, we have other people that come up here and seen him before. And when people come out here, this guy just roams. We know who he is, but we ain't got no idea of who he is. And me being the little sarcastic so-and-so that I am, I said, sir, we're not tourists. We live here. Because, I have to tell you this, when you go into some of the tourist places in the great volunteer state of Tennessee, because I am Midwestern by birth and Southern by the grace of God, they put it on. They just really go for it. They do that. So he looked at me and goes, well, yes, ma'am. So I figured, okay, this is him. Okay. He and his 27 children, I'm sorry, but my mind is just going in that whole direction. And I said, well, sir, can you explain to me or to us, our friend here went missing? And he says, oh yeah, let me come and show you. And he takes us right up here. He says, she went missing right around this place, didn't she? And this girl, and I'm just, at this point, I don't know what's scarier, this guy or this sheriff's accent. And this girl says, yes, sir. Yes, sir. I did. He said, well, that's where everybody else goes missing too. In fact, sometimes when you go missing right around here, you may end up coming out around the woods. Where did you? And then he's proud. Where did you come out from? Did you come out from here? Did you come out from the woods? Or where did you come out from? Sometimes they come out down from the mausoleum. By this time, I'm thinking, Holy Mother of all heavenly earth. And she says, no, sir. We're right. I came out right here. I was yelling and screaming, trying to figure out what is going on. Then I hear it. Have you ever heard of the Bell Witch? And I'm like, oh, here we go. This guy, wait a minute. Okay, here we go. And I said, yes, I've heard of the Bell Witch, sir. Because we were not close, but proximity. He says, well, it's said that blankety blanky blank Bell Witch was up and around these here parts. And she did a few little things up and around here because there were people that were after her that, wanted to take care of her. So she put a few things they called curtains. Curtains? Yeah, they put up a few things that was called curtains. And if you stand in the right place, you just hide behind that curtain. Oh, here we are. So now it's turned from a paranormal investigation to a 3-ring circus. And I said, sir, come on. I'm hungry. I want a piece of peach pie and a coffee. Said, is this true? Or is this something? What do you know about this? He says, oh, that there guy that you see that's walking around here, the one that's dressed all in black, he's the one that she put out here to guard. He guards her. He guards the cemetery. He walks out here all the time. People get lost all the time. They call us and then all of a sudden they appear again. And I said, let me guess. They got behind the curtains. Yes, ma'am. They got there behind them darn curtains. And that witch, she did that. I said, really? Okay. He said, well, she's buried down yonder. I said, wait a minute. That witch is buried in here? Well, she's not buried in here. This here is a Christian. What did he say? It wasn't a graveyard, wasn't cemetery. I'll think of it. This here's a Christian area, something like that. This here's Christian. She wasn't. They buried her down over here, down over the hill. I said, sir, can you take me there? You sure you're wanting to go? I said, do you have a sidearm with you? Yes, ma'am. And at this point he was huffing because he was so proud. He was just like leading the pack. I felt like we were going to see Scooby-Doo and the Mystery Machine pull up all of a sudden. So I said, sir, have you ever come close to this entity? He said, I seen him. I seen him walk up and around here, and I don't pay no attention to him because I don't want him coming near me. And I said, okay, that's smart. And I said, what about the raven? He says, oh yeah, she put that there raven, and she keeps that raven here in this cemetery. That raven keeps this guy from going out from all here. So the bottom line is, sir, the raven keeps this guy from going outside of the graveyard. Is that what you're telling me? Yes, ma'am. Okay. I'm buying what you're selling. Okay. I'm buying what you're selling. Hey, look, it's a Friday night. Let's go for it. All righty. Well, here, let me do this. I have to call over to the station, tell them that I'm here, and tell them what I'm doing. So if anything happens to me, you understand, they got to call my wife. Yes, sir. Please take your time. So we go up these steps. And I said, there he is over there. He was over right around the near. He says, yes, ma'am. We're just not going to look at him. I said, why is he here? Who is he protecting? What, don't you think that he would be walking around her grave instead of the Christian graves that are here? Well, ma'am, you'd think that he would be. But from what I heard, he's going to be walking this here hill until the day that the Lord comes back. Okay, let's go. Let's go. So he's got this big sheriff's department. Goodbye, darling. Got this big sheriff's department flashlight. You know, the ones that if you ever got boinked on, it would hurt. And it's one of the long black, you know. Could have been Union County. So we go up over here, and there were some other stairs. So in the meantime, I'm holding on to this girl like there's no tomorrow, because I'm thinking, girl, you ain't going to get away from, you aren't going to be ducking behind any curtain again, because when I'm ready to go, I'm out of here. So she's hanging on to me too. It scared her. I'd be scared too if all of a sudden because she was upset thinking that we just vanished and left her. Oh, how horrible. We go up, he takes us up and around here. Yeah, that's a mag light. That's right, Jerry. He goes up and around here. We go up behind here, up and around, down past the woods. And on the other side of this wooded area, it's steep. It's almost like a drop off. And I'm thinking, oh, here we go. I didn't come to hike. So we maneuver our ways down there. And there were 7 graves. Gravestones, markers. The markers didn't have names. They didn't have anything. But you could tell clearly they were markers. And we went down there, and I'm trying to take Polaroids. And they were coming out totally white, not developed, totally white. So I knew the energy is like, hello. The other guys are trying to take pictures with their cell phones. We get down there, and this, you know, officer, not so bright. I would call him not so bright, okay? Officer not so bright is what I called him. So Officer not so takes us around there, and he says, don't, ma'am, don't get too close. I said, what do you mean don't? He said, ma'am, don't get too close. I'm going to tell you, we don't know what's buried here. And you don't want to take nothing home with you. I said, oh no, you're absolutely right. And I said, do you know who's buried here? He said, it ain't who, ma'am. It's what. And that right there gave me the chills more than anything of the whole night. The whole night was anxiety. You know, I just wanted to get in my car and buzz off. But when he said that, it ain't who, it's what. I thought, oh, shoot. Now, it's not over. It ain't over. We're all standing around here looking, because here's the thing that most people forget in investigations. You got to keep looking up. You want to make sure, look, I did that, and poor Sammy looked up. She's mommy's chicken little. All right. You got to keep looking up. You got to be, you've got to be in a position where you recognize your surroundings anytime you are in, because honey, that's when things can happen when you do not look around you. And you got to look up, you got to look all around. All of the sudden, time out. I take it. No. All of a sudden, we heard the worst crashing, banging, carrying on. And it was this guy. It was this guy. Came down over the hill and fell down into that ravine. Just fell. Ooh. And we're just all standing there. And this cop, you know, Officer Notso, has his hand on his side arm. Like, I'm thinking, oh boy, I hope those bullets are silver, pal. We don't have a chance. So it's laying down. It fell on the ground. It's laying down. All of a sudden it gets up. It just gets up and starts walking. Just starts walking. I don't know what in the heck. At this point, I'm thinking, where are we? I'm looking at Officer Notso. And I said, what do we do? Because it started coming, you know, he's making his way. Can't run, because look at him. Hello. Can't run. But he starts coming toward us. I didn't know what to do at this point. I didn't know what I should do. This girl who's with me starts screaming, which is, hello, okay, it's over at that point. I'm looking at her saying, stop screaming, stop that. These guys are like nervous. I'm looking at the cop and he's looking at this that's inching closer and closer. Hello, 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 my darling. Look who's here watching. Hi. Hi, my darling. Hi. Welcome, welcome, and thanks for being here. You're getting in the scary stuff now. I love it. Thank you for coming. Now, I'm going to tell you something, my darlings. Just for a brief moment, I'm doing great, honey, and I hope you are too. Thank you. Just for a brief moment, I'm standing there thinking, should I wipe out the back of my pants? What should I do? So I'm looking at this police officer, the sheriff officer, Notso, Officer Notso. And I said, what should we do? Because, you know, you've got a sheriff's office there. You got a sheriff's officer there with you. So, you know, You know, he looks at me and says, ma'am, I'm thinking, here we go. Ma'am, he said, he's shaking his head. He said, alls I can tell you, run. That's exactly what he did. Alls I can tell you, run. He didn't have to tell me twice. I haven't moved that fast since 1978. And up over this, I don't even know what got under me, over me, around me. Baby, I was hitting it. Came up off of that ravine. I mean, when I was done, I had no nails. Just so you know, because I was digging in. Going up this ravine. Boom, 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 boom. Because I'm thinking, ma'am, that's right, ma'am, run. It wasn't run, it was run. Oh my God. I come up off of here, and I'm not kidding. I don't know how I sprinted that long. I mean, this wasn't so many years ago. And I thought, no, I'm not going behind any curtain. I looked for all the areas that I marked, that I put, and I came down off those steps. In fact, this one here, I didn't even hit the steps. I stopped here and I just jumped, boom, down to the bottom, boom, running, because I'm thinking, oh my. So we came now, and these guys are behind. The guys are looking at me like, and I'm like, hey, you don't have to tell me. I might be in this arena, but I'm not stupid. I'm not going to stand there and say, oh no, by the grace. No, if it's time to run, bloody all, run. So we all make it. Here comes Officer Not So bringing up the rear. We get down to the bottom where our cars are. And that sheriff looked at me and says, ma'am, I would suggest that you don't come back here. I said, you don't have to tell, you don't have to worry. So these people are acting now like nothing is going on. The three guys and this other young lady, they're coming over to me and they're like, well, do you want to get together? I said, do you just know what we did? And of course, I am just like soaked from running like a daggone crazy woman. And I said, no, I'm not going out again. Y'all didn't do your homework. You put us in harm's way. Somebody gets lost. You don't know the legend behind this place. We don't even know what that thing is. And it could be a real person. We don't know, because I've never seen anything like this before. Where are you going, sister? I said, I've never seen anything like this before. And I won't go out with you again. What you've done is irresponsible. You could put people in harm's way. Let alone, we've got a sheriff's officer out here who, if he gets spooked, could start, it's the Wild West. No, forget it. I'm not going out again. Not going out again. So they left kind of in a huff. And the sheriff's office, Mr. Not So, is standing there with me. And I said, sir, do we need to make a report or anything? He says, nah. I said, so what really is this place? What is this? And he says, well, legend has it, it's the Bell Witch. And she conjured him up, but he was getting loose. So she made this raven go around and keep him in this graveyard. I said, they were supposed to have called you and told you we were coming out here. Oh, ma'am, nobody called. If they would have called the sheriff, he would have said, oh, no, don't y'all go out there. That's dangerous. Ain't nobody going out there in years. He said, this is the first time I've seen this. When me and my brothers came out, and then, we get into the family tree. When me and my brothers went out there years ago, we saw the same guy. I said, did anybody get caught in a curtain? Did anybody? No, ma'am. We's careful about that sort of thing. We were most interested in this mausoleum down here that got torn down. I said, well, what happened about that? Well, they had some shady characters be buried in that mausoleum. And before you know it, they told us that we all, the townspeople, had to stay away. They were going to tear that down. They were going to tear down this whole cemetery graveyard. And then somebody told us that they just wasn't going to do it. Cost the city too much money. Cost the county too much money. So they banned anybody coming here. I said, well, what happens to the people, the families? He says, ma'am, look at the gravestone. There ain't nobody alive to come and visit these people anymore. The last person that was buried here was in 1958. Well, who's the caretaker? Who takes care of this? Oh, there's somebody that volunteers to come out here every now and then. But as soon as they see old guy, they leave. I said, are you ever going to do anything about it? Is there a pastor that's going to come by and bless the... Nah, there ain't no need to. You just stay away. And the raven keeps him in. So, thank you, Aunt BB. So, my darlings, you know me. And I happened to be dating somebody in the law enforcement arena at that time. So I called him, and of course he didn't have an accent like not so. So I called him, and I start telling him what's going on, and he's laughing. He said, so tell me now, you want to go somewhere and meet for a piece of pie and coffee? Well, yes, something like that, because I've got to tell you what's going on. And I'm a little freaked out, and I got to go home. He goes, no, that's fine. I'm off duty. Let's go. So we sit down in this all-nighter, and I began to tell him. And he sat there and cried. He was in tears, laughing at how I was telling him what was going on. And I took this so seriously. And I said, why are you laughing? He said, the way you tell this and the way he said, I know this poor officer. He is the nicest man and so generous and kind. And the way you talk in his accent is exactly how he talks. And when I was told him, it's like, it ain't what's buried here, ma'am, or Nate, who's buried here, ma'am? It's what. And he was howling in this place. I mean, the whole cafe was sitting there like mesmerized, trying to listen to us talk. He had his head like this, laughing so hard. Because, I mean, he knew he was very respectful of what I did, and I was very respectful of what he did, and, whatever. But I told him, I said, do you think there's I'm here to ask you this. Do you think there's any truth in this? And he said, years ago, I went on to a call very similar. And he said, all I can tell you is this. It was a bunch of kids. They went up there. Their parents called in because the kids were supposed to go out to this cemetery or graveyard And they'd only been, they had a curfew and they were past their curfew. And he said, the only thing that I can tell you, he said, I believe you. He said, I'm just laughing over this story and how you're telling that you ran so hard up that ravine and you came out of there. And he looked at my hands. I had 0 nails on. They were lost in the cosmic unknown of this graveyard. No, my officer was not one. He was not in Mayberry. No, I couldn't have done that. No. He was a lieutenant, very good looking. And so anyway, I said, so what's the deal with this? And he said, all I can tell you is this. I always thought this story was bunk because I've heard it before. And he said, why do you think they put the crosses out here? He said, there's crosses, and it's true. There's crosses all over. And he said, we're close to the Bell Witch. We're close to those caverns. We're close to all that. And this area is just rich with all of that. And he thought, he said, I always thought it was bull. He said, until I went up there and I took the father of one of the boys up there with me because we hadn't heard from him. And he said, these boys are football players. They're big. They're high schoolers. They're football players. And he said, we pulled up and they came down crying out of that graveyard. I said, why? What happened? He goes, one of them got lost. One of them was in the woods. They were all trying to find out. And they kept seeing this guy walking around. And he said, I didn't believe it. And he said, so we kept those boys down to the car. They were drinking water. So the father looks at me and says, I don't know about you, but I got to see this for myself. And he said, so they walked up, and he said, it wasn't dark. It was going to start getting there, but it wasn't dark. He said, we walked up past on these stairs. We walked up through. And he said, all of a sudden, I feel this on my shoulder. He said, I turned around, and there the father had his mouth open, like in disbelief. There was this guy walking around, was he moaning? And he said, I stood there. He said, what are you going to do? You can't shoot it because you don't know if it's somebody gagging you, and he said, we just watched. He said, this thing walked. I said, that's exactly what I saw. And he said, and then it would just disappear. Yes. And then it would come back. And he said, and then this raven came up. He said, that bothered me. This raven acted like it knew. And he said, I'm going to go ask this sheriff's deputy about all of this tomorrow. And I said, I would appreciate it. And I showed him the Polaroids that I took down by the ravine. And he said, I'm going to tell you this. He said, there were 2 girls, high school girls, that were lost about 5 years ago, that the rest of her group that she was with, they went down over that ravine. And then when the rest of them came up, those 2 girls were never found again. I said, oh my God. And he said, yeah. So he said, I'm laughing because of how you're telling the story. I'm not laughing at the story. He said, because I believe it. And he said, that Bell Witch stuff and all that stuff. He said, I never believed that. He said, but at this point, what do you do? I said, I know. It's like you can't explain it. And I said, Officer Not So said that this witch conjured him up. And he said, what do you think? And I said, well, I've been in New Orleans. And I've been close to that zombie island stuff. And I knew of a woman that was kind of the Marie Laveau type. I met her years ago when I was there in New Orleans. When I met her then, there were 5 women living together. She was the oldest, and her daughter, who happened to be 87 years old, was living with her. And then her daughter, who was in her late 60s, and so on and so on. And there were like 5 generations all living together in this little hut. And they told stories about, what do you call them, zombies, that these witches would conjure up. Did you, Amy, you little dear, that you would conjure up and see, just a minute, I heard something click. Was that you, Amy Love? No. Hold on. Okay. Nothing. But I know you're going to say, okay. So anyway, that's what Officer Handsome told me. Then, so a couple of days later, he called me. We went out. I don't know what. I was always big on going for picnics. Hello, picnics. And he was always, oh, okay, Amy. Thank you, honey. He was always, oh, I get it now. Thank you. He was always on duty. So I would pack a picnic and we would go somewhere and eat. And he knew how I was. So he would take me to these, because in the state of Tennessee, you go to some of these areas and there are abandoned cabins, there's just, yeah, pick up Zelda picks up. Yes, I pick up the officers, like one, hello, right? Hello. And he would, so a couple of days later, it was Sunday. And I said, you know, I'm dying to ask you, what happened? Did you talk to Officer Not So? That's probably not so nice to call him that. He was a nice man, but you know. And he said, I did. And he said, I want you to know that he said, there's a really smart lady. He tried to do that accent, but he was not as good as me. But he said, there's a really smart lady that came out there with these dumbbells. He called those other ones dumbbells. And quite frankly, I thought the same. He said the dumbbells were out there. They didn't call the sheriff's office. And this poor woman, he said, I seen her run up the, he says, I seen her run up that ravine. She looked like a cat going up the side of a mountain. I'm so embarrassed, but boy, oh boy, you don't have to tell. When this little fella looked at me, he says, ma'am, run. Okay, I'm not arguing with you. So now I'm embarrassed. Miss Holmes, I know that Will lives in Tennessee. I'm from Tennessee. I'm going to be moving back maybe sooner than y'all think. Y'all, now I'm going to start talking like this. So Officer Handsome and I had this nice talk, and he was telling me about some of the calls that he had in this area about things that happened that were not explainable. Things that you would see, like ghost horses, soldiers, things like that. Officer Not So. Yeah, Not So Bright. It's Officer Not So Bright and Officer Handsome. I was dating Officer Handsome at the time. Listen, Kelly, listen, I did not have time to stand and say, I wonder if I should be wiping out the back of my pants. Baby, I cut and run. I'm not kidding. And I have a rule about that, or you don't run and you don't scream and you don't, but I broke my own rule then. I scattered up there like a cat. So he said, yeah. And I said, did Officer Barney Five is what I called him to my Handsome, because I didn't want to say Not So. I said, did Barney Five say that he said, oh yeah, he saw it. He said he saw it. He said, nobody can explain it because nobody wants to get near it. And he said, that's the legend. That's the lore. And seriously, it walked just like this. And of course, then the bad jokes. I told him, this is why I don't become a zombie, because there's just too much walking. Who wants to be moaning and walking that much? And then he's laughing because I think that's the one thing that he loved about me, is because I made him laugh, because, it's a very stressful job. So I made him laugh. And I said, I wanted to look at him at one point and say, didn't your mother ever tell you to pick up your feet when you walk? This guy was howling. He was laughing so hard. But it's one of those things, my darlings, that it's unexplainable. And that's, again, why I've always said, if you go out with someone else, if you are a guest, make sure somebody does their homework. Now, I will tell you, this is why 98% of the time I do not go out with anyone else, because you just don't know. Ernest T. Bass, it's me, it's Ernest T. That's right. That was about right. And he's a shuffler. He shuffles around. Shuffling, right? Too much walking, too much moaning, right? Who wants to walk and moan that much? But the reality is this, my darlings, always be careful. If you see a beautiful cemetery, you're out in the country, you want to just stop, okay, stay close to your car. Don't venture into the back of the cemeteries, because usually in the back of the cemeteries and in the graveyards are the oldest graves, and you don't know what anybody's done back there. Plus, you don't know what you're going to find, because in a lot of these cemeteries, what I have came up against, sometimes there's a lot of people that go back there and try to cast, and they're trying to do these ritual type things, the S rituals, which no, you don't mess with. Don't mess with them. I would like to go back and see this little fellow and see if he's back there again, but I won't risk it. When law enforcement tells you don't go, and I wonder, could it be why they didn't call law enforcement? Because they knew they weren't supposed to go? So could it be that's why? Could it be? Pardon me. I got to get rid of this on my phone here. So there you go. Meemaw Geo, Lady Zelda, you are from Ohio. I am too. Have you heard about the headless man in the cemetery? I have. I am from Ohio, Ohio, where we have washcloths, wash rags, Ohio, where if you have people that come over, you don't say, "Did you eat?" It's Jeet, Jeet, Jeet. Yeah. So I was born in Ohio and moved and lived years in the state of Tennessee. That my son and I did a little other excursions elsewhere, and I'm ready to go back. And when I go back, there's a couple of places that I'm going to be going. And my darling Miss Nan, if you are still out there, we may be going a couple of places. 2 places that I want to go. One is in Pigeon Forge, Tennessee, which is the Titanic Museum. They have a lot of reported things there, and it's I have no doubt. The other place is the Ripley's, believe it or not, in Gatlinburg, Tennessee. So that should be a lot of fun. And those are just 2 places. So we will be going through. But yes, do I believe this? I don't know what it was. I can't explain it. Do those things happen? Yes. Yes. Oh, okay. Miss Holmes is city folk. I'm from the country. But yes, my darlings, this stuff exists. And if you see it, it's like, there are times, and I thought, should I tell this story tonight? And I thought, yes, I'm going to, because you know what? Sometimes you just have to think there are things that are not explainable. There are things in this world that we cannot understand. Understand. For those of you, you know that. New Orleans, they have a lot of things. When I was there twice, and it's one of those things now you don't know. For me, that energy, you don't know if it's real or not. There's an influx of the vampire energy now that's going on. And it's not the vampire historian vampires that I like to hang out with. It's those thirsty blood vampires. So I don't mingle with that. There's I'm going to tell you what, the wannabes, Ghost Adventures. That's right, Jess. The wannabes, to me, they're sometimes more dangerous than the real thing. Because most of the real vampires stay out of sight. The one that I've got the interview scheduled with, he stays out of sight because there is such a difference. When I was there and I stayed in the French Quarter, there was a problem. They shut the hotel down that I was in, or the bed and breakfast thingy that I was in. That was frightening enough. It was a haunted bed and breakfast because I wanted to go there and stay up all night. So I didn't get any rest. And something happened within the hotel, which was an unaliving. So they shut down the hotel. I ended up having to leave. I got in my car and just left the area because it's like, oh my gosh. But yeah, there's a lot of this stuff that happens. I'm not going to tell you, pardon me. I'm not going to tell, I may go back here. I may go back to see if Barney Fife is still there. We'll see. I don't know. I may go back just to see now if I could get a picture of him roaming around. Because that would have been, that was one of the craziest things that I've ever seen. Officer Handsome, well, He rode off into the sunset, and so did I. But it was a nice time. He was a nice man. We just had different outlooks, and I cut him loose because I had other things to do, you know? So there we are. Ghost hunt weekend. Who's doing the ghost hunt weekend is doing an overnight ghost hunt at the Titanic. Okay. I don't go in those groups. I like to go by myself or have a guest. And because you pick up more, it's too much energy. Sometimes people get in there and they want to goof around and stuff. Sometimes they don't. And I'm not good with other energy. And I'm going to tell you what else. I do not go out because many times people think that they've got competition, that they have to, there's competition with me. So they have to prove that they're more psychic and prove that they're more of a medium and prove. I'm not into that stuff. Let's go and let's do a little bit of research. That's what I'm into. So there we go. Mitchell, absolutely yes. Yes, I will be filming all the visits. And especially, I'm not going to say if, but I'm going to especially say when Attorney Nan and I get to go to 34 Fairview, if the owners allow us and give us permission, I will be filming there as well. Anywhere I go, I'm not going to go somewhere I can't film. So if I can't film, then I may not go. That's just the way it is. Unless, because sometimes you lose your Wi-Fi and you lose your electric and all this other stuff. And there you go. So I will be. Lady Zelda, I have a 360 camera. Well, okay. You're going anyway? Captain Jerry, I have volunteered her. She volunteers herself. She's going to be a good driver for me because I don't fly. I can't fly. It's not that I'm scared. I can't stand that energy sitting so close to me. And if somebody has a little bit of BO or something like that, I can't deal. I can't deal with it. I just can't. And some people think that I'm such a snob because I'll say, look, I need to be close to business class or I need to be close to first class. It's not that. I just don't want to sit by anybody if I have to fly. So there you go. Will I take my Fisher Price with me? I don't have my Fisher Price with me, but I will take the Cat Whisperer. Where is he? He's right here. He's right here. I have him. I will be taking the Cat Whisperer with me. Plenty of cameras. We'll be doing the cameras and I want to try to get a REM pod, but maybe not. We'll do all kinds of things. We'll do all kinds of things. So yeah, I will be equipped. We will be going, and I will be the one leading the pack. And you're going to see an old-fashioned paranormal investigation. That's what I'm going to do. Quite frankly, I do not like to take a lot of equipment with me. I will be taking a Polaroid camera so you can see things coming out right from the beginning. So I will be taking those. I will be doing all kinds of goodies. So yeah, I'm going to show you how I ground myself. I'm going to show you all about the iron stake that I take out with me. I'm going to talk to you about all these things. And yeah, coming from a medium, I'm going to show you how I protect myself emotionally, spiritually, and others that are with me. So if Attorney Nan goes out or Richie from Microdots goes out with us, who's going to film, and all this other, everyone will be covered. Nobody has to worry about it. There will not be anybody who takes anybody. It's no investigator left behind. So everybody that goes out will know how to ground themselves, do what we need to do, and go for there. So there we go. Yeah, Jason Hawes has a. I like Jason. He's top shelf. I like him. Did y'all get permission yet for 34 Fairview? Not. I hope so. Well, I haven't tried yet. Attorney Nan has just been so gracious and saying she would, and her fee, if you haven't known that, her fee is going to be that she gets to go with me. I'm so happy. Of course, I will pay that fee anytime. And but I'm going to do a little sleuthing there at 34 Fairview. I'm going to be, so I take my pendulum. I'll take some other little things with me as long as the owners are copacetic and everything is okay with them. That's my plan. I have some personal things that I want to take care of before I start traveling like that to far away places. And that's coming. So that's going to be coming soon. Yeah. On BB2, I have that same good feeling. And see, having someone as credentialed as Attorney Nan, and let's just hope that I don't look at her and say, ma'am, run, right? It's not who's buried here, it's what. I could have written a book on that little fellow. And when I say little fellow, oh my goodness, he wasn't any bigger than a minute. And his voice was very deep. I can't even emulate his voice. It was deep. But it was fun. I mean, I look back now and he's very endearing. I mean, I don't even know if he's still there. When I get to Tennessee, maybe I'll go and try to look him up. I doubt he's still working anymore. He's probably retired. So yeah, I'm looking forward to 34. I'm looking 34. But when I get to Tennessee, oh my lorsh, oh my lorsh, oh my gosh and Lord, all at the same time, there's a lot in Tennessee. I really don't want to do things where I am right now because quite frankly, some of the things that I've been around are not, I don't know the area I've lived here a while, but I don't venture out here. And it's because I don't have a desire to. So, but when I get back to Tennessee, it's Tennessee and me. And it's Tennessee, me, Lady Zelda Kelly. We will be going out. That's right. Heather C., is there a book or a video about you anywhere? I would be interested in hearing about how you discovered your gifts and how you embrace them. That's very sweet and kind, my darling. I probably should finish the book. I've done a video, I think a couple of weeks ago that explained when I first got into this, it was because my family recognized it was because of a doll and I was 4 years old. So and it just kind of went from there. And I've really been on my own. I studied at the Edgar Cayce Foundation. I have my doctorate in metaphysical sciences. I have a study in paranormal psychology, but I'm not a psychologist. Does that make sense? And the reason that I did that is because there for a while it seemed to be trending that a lot of these court cases were young men who would say, I committed these crimes of these unalivings because I was told to do it and that I would be fine. And this thing kept whispering in my ear, and that if I did this, then I would gain all of this and this and this. And then when they found out that that's not what was really going to happen, that they were going to spend their life locked up, they would go crazy. So for me, there's that fine line sometimes between sociopath and possession. And I'm fascinated, as those of you may know from going with me on Fate and Fortune, True Oracle, and our Manifestation Monday, I'm fascinated of how the mind works. I'm just fascinated of how different realities can come about, can different, No, Mary, I have not. I'm just fascinated. So, my darling, you're the only 10 I see. Oh, bless you, my darlings, bless you, bless you. But my idea in this is I take it seriously, but also let's have a little fun. I mean, we go out, Attorney Nan, who is becoming good friends. Attorney Nan, when she goes out, Jerry, anybody that goes out, you're going to see if there's something funny, we're going to laugh about it. I'm not going to sit there and go, oh, no, I'm so pious. We must. No. Life is to be enjoyed. And, I was thinking about this today. We've had these court cases and everything. And, we talk about all these things. And I have a little message for the McAlbert family. And that is, and this is my opinion, and you know what they say about opinions, but in this opinion, I believe is pretty much true. That many times we believe that we've got to take care of things here on earth and this dimension and this plane because life is too short. And as far as I'm concerned, you're right. Life is too short. And that's why you got to do the right thing, because eternity is a lot longer. Eternity is something you can't fathom. It's centuries, millenniums filled with knowing that there was a wrong committed. So yes, taking care of things right now would be a good idea. Hello, mate. Sir, do not. Taking care of things would be a good idea because because you don't know when the ultimate is going to happen. And just so you know, there was a thing going around on the talkie tick about September 24th going to be the rapture. Well, I'm here to say I'm marked safe. We're all safe. Marked safe from the rapture. That's probably the silliest thing that I've ever heard in my entire born days. It's a wonder I don't get banned on that thing. So I'm going to tell you, we missed it. I'll be walking around like this guy. So if you see me shuffling, you can say, there's Zelda. Run. So let's see, Zelda, all your readings this past month have come right on point. So thank you, Mary. Thank you. Y2K, yeah, right? Right, everybody? I remember sitting on my computer. I had a gateway computer. Rapture. I had a gateway computer. And I remember sitting in front of the computer, midnight, New Year's Eve, 1999, thinking, because I worked on the computer then. I was in the mortgage business, did this on the side. Pardon me, sir. And I thought, if my computer goes down, I'm kind of going to be in a world of hurt. So I sat there in front of my computer. Everybody's out celebrating. Oh, not Zelda. Sitting there. And it went click. That was it. Nothing. At the Mayan calendar. Okay. Thank you very much. There you go. Everybody was so partied like it was 1999. That's right. So Pewee on that. I don't fall into that mess, and I'm not going to. But I had to tell you about this guy because you know what? He's faithful. He's faithful. He guards the cemetery, guards this. He's faithful. What are you going to do? My darlings, I think it's time for a little giveaway, don't you? This is what we're going to be giving away tonight. I'm giving away a 1-month subscription. I almost said prescription. Donk. A 1-month subscription to Stream Beacon TV. Now, for those of you who don't know what that is, it is a streaming service that has nothing but paranormal and true crime. True crime. And who doesn't want paranormal and a true crime time? And I'm going to be giving away 1 month. 1 month subscription every Thursday night. The people behind this are the people from Holzer Files, Shane Pittman, Dave Schrader, and Cindy Kaza. So this is going to be a lot of fun. Now, I will tell you, I bought these in bulk, and I think I messed up the system. So for the winner tonight, please be patient. So when you win, email and say, I'm a winner. Don't anybody email me until you know you won. Okay? And then as soon as I get the new redemption code, you got to redeem the code, then I'll send it over to you. Okay? So bear with me, but I got to give this away because I want to do it from now until Halloween every Thursday night. This is going to be a lot of fun. And they've got original paranormal, true paranormal investigations. I cannot wait until they come out with, the series is called Paranormal Mysteries. And that was Shaggy that just, Paranormal Mysteries. That's the one where the people had it on the Holzer Files. Here we go with the bang, Zelda. The Paranormal Files, and they're the ones who had the Holzer Files on Discovery Plus, and they canceled it. I don't know why. It's my favorite. They are like the truest paranormal group that I've seen. Okay, so let's get ready for all of you. I love it. I hope you win. Let me get rid of this and let me get my little giveaway screen, my little giveaway tool. Okay, so hashtag HOZ as in Zelda, House of Zelda. It can be lowercase, so don't panic. Okay, so here we go, my darlings. Here we go. There we are, is an examples. Start your engines, my darlings. Let her rip, taters, chips. And good luck. Good luck. My goodness. Someone asked for my email address. It is seeingcrime@gmail.com. Let's go. Let's go. Loving it, loving it. And I have to say this while you're all entering. Don't forget your grifting psychic. Okay? Got to say it. I can take this banner down. You don't have to have a trigger warning now for that. There you are. Let me see here. We'll put this little banner up. How's that? Let's go. Good luck to everyone. Let's go. I'm just checking my messages, making sure everybody is A-okay. Loving it, loving it. Misdemeanor left me a message. I just want to let you know. She is so kind. There are very many kind people in this arena. And she said how much fun she had while she was here and that she loved it and she will be coming back at the very soonest. Now, Halloween night is a Friday night. Zelda will be going live Halloween night. I don't have trick-or-treaters here and the lights will be off. So I'm going to be telling stories. We're going to be doing all kinds of little fun things. I'll have probably another giveaway. But Thursday night, the night before Halloween, so it will be Halloween Eve, I will still have the giveaway of this gift card. And then at the end of 30 days from the moment that you activate your membership to Beacon TV, at the end of 30 days, then, my darlings, it's up to you if you want to continue on or not. But it's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun. I will probably be eating Halloween candy too. Thank you, Patty, so much for jumping in there. I appreciate that. Hi, Mama Bear. Thank you. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Zelda, 60 kids here till 8 p.m. Can you give live after 8 p.m.? Well, you little darling. We're probably going to be going. I mean, you just don't know how Zelda is for Halloween. We're going to be talking about all kinds of things. All kinds of things. Yes, only once, my darlings. Don't repeat, because if you repeat your entry, thank you so much. If you repeat your entry, it'll kick you out. So just one time, please. I love Halloween too. I love Halloween. Oh my gosh, I know. I live in a different area that we don't have trick-or-treaters. I remember those good old days. The homemade costumes. Our choices every year were a gypsy or a bum. I always went as a gypsy. Go figure. Wasn't Misdemeanor just, she is so lovely. She wants to go out. Thank you so much, Captain. She wants to go out too. And I think that would be kind of fun to have guest investigators. Look out. Zelda may have her own streaming service. Wait, I do already. Hello. It's called this right here. Southern Ohio small graves, old graves along the side of the road. Oh, yes. Golly, Neds. Feral kitty. Isn't that wonderful? Now, in the month of October, we're almost there. Just to give you an idea, keep entering, my darlings. Keep entering. I want to make sure that we get a winner tonight. So, just one time too. Don't spam the chat. Just one time. I will have the vampire podcast. Now, I'm a guest on his show. He doesn't show his face. I don't know how we're going to work that out. I don't mind showing mine. Hello. But when that happens, I will send all of you over there. I will put a link in here. We may watch it from here. I don't know how we'll do that. But it will be, and it might just be one that is live. Hello, my darling Candy. It may just be one that is live and that we are in the chat. So in a premiere. So I don't know. we're having that, and then we're having a trivia night for Dark Shadows. I'm going to be having some making snacks videos. I'm going to be talking about old Hollywood videos, especially the Hammer films, you know, Werewolf, Frankenstein's, Mummies, Christopher Lee, Peter Cushing, all of those goodies. Oh, nice, Amy. I have college students, and they are worse. That is very cool of Nan. Thank you so much. She's cool. She really is. I love cool, but hello. I love everybody, but I'm in California, but my dad's family is in Pittsburgh. They always say, Yuns, yeah. Do Yuns want something to eat? Yuns? Uh-huh. And now, because of misdemeanor here last night, my lunches, instead of being the Plowman's, I'm going to keep true to my own ancestry and have the Abendbrot. Abendbrot. I heard that just as clear as day, and I haven't heard that in a century. Since I was young, my great grandmother would have Abendbrot. Abendbrot. It's actually Abend. I say Abend, but it's Abendbrot. Abendbrot. Went to West Virginia, asked for a pop. I'm in Ohio. I say pop all the time. I still say pop. People look at me and think, yeah, I say pop. I don't drink pop anymore, but I say pop. That's actual it. So are we almost done with the entries, my darling? Are we almost done? Lon Chaney Jr., yes. Then I'm going to talk to you about worldwide witches, because Abendbrot is like your evening meal, which is like a cold meal that is this side of deli food. You have pickles and good seeded bread, brot, cheese, and all kinds of goodies. All kinds of goodies. Thank you, my darling. Do you say pop, Captain? All right. All my pop people. Wonderful. Last call, my darlings. Mrs. Kravitz. I love it. I need to know about New Orleans witches. We're going next spring. Well, you probably won't see them. Most of the real witches you don't see. They don't mingle. Some of the most dangerous of the witches that I know of are the Armenian witches. Look out. And the ones from Scotland. They call them hags. I don't like that name for them, but that's what it is. The ones from Scotland, the ones from Armenia. Oh. They are something else. The Colorado girl in me calls it soda, but this Kansas girl started calling it pop. Okay, last call, everybody. Time to get in. Time to get in. I went to Oregon in the 80s. I walked into a store. The guy called it pop, and I asked me if I wanted a sack for the drinks. Yeah, a sack. You want a sack? My grandfather, who was all Ohio, would call it a poke. Back in the day when I was growing up, a sack or a bag was a poke. And a green pepper was a mango. I grew up believing that it, and if you look that up in certain regions and in certain families, a green pepper is called a mango. I called it mango for years until I got married to a Navy man and started calling it mango. And he's like, weird. Well, That's the way it is. Isn't that funny though? My husband's honey, my husband's family in Italy had a line of witches in it, and the line of family protectors. Yes. We always have called it Coke in Kentucky. Yes. Yes. And the what am I going to say? Something. I was going to say something. Have y'all entered? Have y'all entered? Because if you haven't, run. Right? Run. All right. I got to say that. Diet Coke spiked my blood pressure higher than regular Coke. I can't do the diet pop. I'm like Captain Jerry, diet Dr. Pepper, but I get started on those. It's not good for you. I just had to get off now. I'll drink unsweetened iced tea. They are calling me. Subroll called a spooky. Yeah. We call it can of Pepsi or can of Coke. Run. Hashtag run. I should have done hashtag run. Oh, Dr. Pepper is wicked good. It is. It tastes so close to the regular. I think we're done with entries. Don't you think, my darlings? I think so. It's time. It's that time. I've never been to the Queen Mary. Never been to the Queen Mary. Oh, I know what I was going to say. Is this Lord Gregor the one who is the vampire that is going to be interviewing me? Huh? What do I have to say? He knows it all. And yeah, get in here, my darlings. Get in here. Let's get this going. I mean, what do I know? But I'm going to ask him. He's known a few witches in his time. Might even be why he is the way he is. Let's go. Let's go. I do coconut water. Yes. Coconut water is very healing. Yes, ma'am. We done. Ma'am, run. I have pop in the fridge. It's been in there about 3 weeks with one missing. I buy the little cans. Yeah. Yeah, Captain Jerry's got her kryptonite, which is so I'll be buying cases of that when we're on. If Attorney Nan is here, I mean, we'll make sure that we're all eating very well when we go to this. And I mean very well as in healthy, because I like to make sure that everyone is very well hydrated and fed and everything before we go out on these things. So it's very good. I think that's it. I think that's it for us. Don't you, my darlings? What do you say we have a little getaway or giveaway? Here we are, the drawing for tonight's big gift. Here we go. Annie M. Hello, Ann M. You are a winner. Ann M. Please email me and say I'm the winner, and then I will send you a little goodie like this. I have instructions, but bear with me. It might be a day or two before I'm able to get, let me put this back up. Might be a day or two before I'm able to get the redemption code, because Zelda had to learn a lesson just not to buy in bulk. Hello. So there you go. You're welcome so much. You're welcome. Here, more cheering. Winner, chicken dinner. Now she can stay at home and she don't have to run. She ain't got to run. I'm going to be talking like that for 2 days. My bad. My bad. Congratulations to you, Ann M. How fun. Love it. So I will be sending you, email me, darling, in the next day or two. I'm going to be, once I get it, I'm going to send it over to you and we'll go from there. So next Thursday, we'll have the same drawing. Now, if you won, when you win, you can't enter again for the same prize, okay? So just so you know, so that makes it fair for everyone. So there you are. So just hang in there, because you just never know what's going to pop up and what else that we just may be doing, and what other giveaways that we have. I love it. So, my darlings, I hope you enjoyed tonight's little tale from the dark side. I'm supposed to be, Jana. I'm supposed to be. So yes, but not to 34 Fairview. Stop. Not to 34 Fairview. That's going to be Attorney Nan and myself. So but everybody has a schedule. Everybody has a schedule. Good question, Standing Stones. And by the way, I so enjoyed your email. So thank you so much. This is, who is that? That's Shaggy. Do you hear that? Wow. Wow. I have asked Attorney Melanie to come back, and she's busy, so we'll just have to see what her schedule is. I definitely want her to come back. Thank you so much, Amy. Thanks for being here, darling, if you've got to go. Now, so what was buried there? For all intents and purposes, what is buried up over the hill and down the ravine are people. I couldn't get close enough, but there were no names on the stones. But they were old like this. I mean, they were old and weathered. I don't know. Could have been a witch's family. Could have been. It was supposed to be related. You can sit here and see that I'm thinking, and I'm seeing this vision in my brain, because I never thought of this before, but the graves were in a circle. So they weren't large stones. They were about, you see the bottom size of this stone right here, just this from here down. So they weren't large stones at all. Some were smaller, but they were in a circle. So I don't know. Hi, Charlotte B. Hi, Charlotte B. Yes. So, looking back at this, there's always that hindsight is 2020, and always the bangs need. Pardon me. Here we go. There we go. Zelda, hello. I always have this one that is unruly, that just wants to be this one. There we are. So, questionable. I don't think anybody could ever get near them because of this guy. I mean, if you're standing there, he got very close to me. That was scary. But I don't know. So supposedly related to the Bell Witch in Tennessee. And that was a mess. The Bell Witch, that whole story. Oh, that was not good. But anyway, my darlings, we're going to be talking a lot about a lot of things. And I'm going to say for the month of October, I want you to hear, because I want you to hear. And I want you to be here because we're going to have so much fun. And I might be doing some other lives in between these. So just so you know, because I'm going to be talking about real werewolves, the castle of Dracula, the real Dracula castle. I'm going to be talking about many different things. So hang in there. So, my darlings, I want to thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for your gifts. Thank you for participating. I just love this. Let me stop this banner. I just love being here. And I love telling these stories to you. And I especially love the fact that you guys are winners, all of you in my book. It's going to be a lot of fun coming in the next few weeks, and it's going to go like that. So, just so you know, my darlings, everything is good. Watch out for the new readings that are coming. Don't forget to check out the Charlie Kirk reading that I did on True Oracle. For those of you who have questions, I'm with you. Something is different, and it's proven something is wrong. And it's about that particular situation of how it happened. So it's not political. I'm not getting, it's all with all respect. So just know that. So it's all great, my darlings. So there we are. I want to thank you again for being here. Thank you, Attorney Nan, if you are still watching. Much love, peace. I just heard geese. Now that's weird. Anyway, who knows what can happen in the House of Zelda, right? Thanks again for being here, my darlings. Until I see you next time, bye.
And so the lantern fades, but the shadows remain. This story may end here, or perhaps it's only just begun. See you soon.
Hello there, my darlings, once again, and I want to thank you so much for being here. I've had such a great time sitting here, watching your comments, and it feels a little weird because even though we were live in the chat, it was not live because this was recorded. And actually, it was live previously this past September 25th of 2025. Many of you have not gotten to see this and this series. I think we may do it again. There's 12 in this particular series. And we started in, I believe, August of 2025 and ended up right after Halloween. So we had so much fun. And we're so grateful that you stopped by today. Wanted to give us a little break. Things have been a little heavy with the crime stories and so on. So I'm just going to say I am so grateful to each and every one of you. And yeah, I am live right now, that's for sure. But do me a favor, if you haven't already, please subscribe and like. And also, you'll be able to watch this again if you like, but also if you will, please mark on your calendar Saturday night. We're going to have a celebration. It celebrates me reading cards and being a reader, intuitive, for 51 years. And it is also my birthday on the 15th, but we're going to celebrate on the 14th. So thank you so much for being here. I want to thank you for the memberships, for the gifts, and everything else, I want you all to have a wonderful night. I'm going to send you out of here with a little out screen so that way you can say goodnight and goodbye to everyone, and we'll go from there. So thanks again, and we'll see you again very soon. Here comes the screen.